Another episode of Real Ranked is going live. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Real Ranked. Today we're going to be ranking the MCU movies and the Disney Plus shows because of the Eternals release. And then, we're just going to do it again, but with a new panel of people. So I'm just going to go ahead, bring in everyone, starting with Albert.
What's up? Excited to be here. Talk MCU, always fun.
We got Aiden.
Hello. Happy to be on this time.
And Sarah.
Hello.
All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and bring up the tier list. And so we're just going to put them on tiers. And I'm not going to say as much this time because I already talked about these movies during the first episode. But so what do you guys have anything to say before we start?
Nope, ready to get to it.
I'm curious how different everyone's views is going to be and how we're going.
I'm sure that I'll have the most controversial opinions.
I guess we'll find out.
I know of at least one of mine that's going to be controversial.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and get started. Release date order. So with Iron Man, let's go to Albert first.
Iron Man's a good movie. I already watched them recently. It's still well done. I think some of the third act fights didn't age very well, but as a whole film, this film is really well done. Just the whole premise of everything. It creates and sets the whole universe. I feel like at 2008, MCU was still figuring it out, and like they released Incredible Hulk and Iron Man. They're like, which one's gonna hit? And this is the tone we're gonna go with. Glad it was Iron Man that's the tone that they go instead of the Incredible Hulk tone. But yeah, it's a good film. I miss the sound design that is not in any of the future film because of the nanotech. But like when the suits come together, it's like always really cool. Am I supposed to rank this directly or what? How does this go?
Just talk about it, and then at the end, when everyone's done, we'll give our ratings.
How about Stain is good, and that line always cracks me up. Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a bunch of scraps. So yeah, I don't know why that just cracks me up every time.
Iconic line.
It's a good line.
Mm-hmm. I'm done.
All right, Aiden?
Yeah, I think it still holds up as one of the best films in the MCU, even though it's the first one and not nearly as polished as some of the other ones. I think the dialogue is still fantastic. Robert Downey Jr. still perfectly cast as Tony Stark. I think it just barely doesn't make my top 5, but it's really close. I think it's my number 6 overall. So yeah, I think it's still a great first film. I think it's definitely rewatchable. I think it's aged really well. I mean, I agree with Albert. I think compared to some of the later movies in the franchise now, I think some of the CG can look a little dated. But I think it still looks pretty good for its time.
All right. Sarah.
Okay, so this is my first hot take. I actually have Iron Man pretty low in my MCU ranking. And I think part of it is just because when I just did like a rewatch of pretty much every MCU movie, and watching it was like, it's not a bad movie, and like it sets up the entire MCU, which is amazing. But the movie itself, just as a standalone movie, I don't think is like some spectacular type of thing. Like obviously Robert Downey Jr. perfect as Iron Man, but like it's just the villain not really good, and it's just I do still enjoy it, and it's still an easy rewatch. But I just think I'm trying to like look at it as an individual movie instead of just as something that started the MCU. Because like I don't know, it was hard for me to lower the ranking or have it as low as I did. But I just like too many other movies more.
All right. Well, then let's get into ratings.
I personally have Iron Man as a B, just because, again, I'm more on Aiden's side in this one, and I put it as a B because I still think it definitely holds up, and just the casting of Robert Downey is just on point. So yeah.
Aiden?
I have it at S. I think it's one of the best ones in the MCU.
And Sarah?
I have it as like a low B, high C.
Well,
Where do you have it, Matthew?
Yeah, where
I
do you-
have it
where
at
do you have
B.
it?
I have it at B. So
Oh, I guess it's a B then.
This majority B then.
yeah. I was like, I'm not gonna have too much input unless we really need it, because I already did it the first time. But all right. Well, then let's get into the second movie, The Incredible Hulk.
Aiden starts
Go to
with the
Aiden
second.
first.
Yeah, the most skippable out of all of them, just because it doesn't really have much to do with the rest of them. Honestly, I don't think it's a bad movie. I think a lot of people hate on it and think it's boring and stuff, and that's fair. But like, I do think that I think it's okay. I don't particularly enjoy Edward Norton as Bruce Banner. I think Liv Tyler does a good job as Betty Ross. I'm really glad that we get Thunderbolt Ross in here because he does a great job. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it's kind of forgettable, but I think it's still fun enough. It's a fun turn your brain off and watch Hulk hit things sort of movie. I do think this is still the only film in the whole MCU where you actually see the Hulk like have a proper fight. Like every other movie feels like
Age of
there's
Ultron.
a little bit, but I mean, even then, that's a largely comedic fight just with Iron Man. It's not, and it's like, I mean, Tony's trying not to hurt him too badly, but like all of the movies in the MCU, I feel like are scared to show what Hulk can really be. And he's like in the comics, he's just an unstoppable monster that like the entire MCU had to team up to take down at one point. He was the reason that Avengers was formed, is because everyone had to like team up to stop the Hulk. And I feel like most movies you get glimpses of that, but they don't really give you a long drawn out Hulk fight. And I think this movie does that. Even if it's a little messy and the CGI hasn't aged particularly well, it is really fun to watch Hulk say Hulk smash and then just attack Abomination. So I personally like the last battle, even though I know a lot of people aren't a fan of it. But yeah, it's okay, but it's not bad.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, I thought this movie was awful. I watched it for the first time like about a month ago, a little less than that, and like I knew it was easily the most forgettable MCU movie, but like I didn't realize truly how unforgettable it was until I watched it and realized I really hadn't been missing out on anything. I don't really see any redeeming qualities in it because they recast the Hulk and I don't like it. I can see, I guess, why some people might enjoy it, but like I don't know. It's just if I'm looking for a movie to like Aiden said, like kind of like turn your brain off, just watch Hulk hit things out. That's not the kind of movie I'm gonna watch when I'm wanting to just mindlessly watch something. It's easily my least favorite in the MCU. I don't really know that I have much else I could say. I don't like this movie.
All right. Albert?
As a movie, I think this is an okay movie. As an MCU ranking wise, this is one of the weaker ones. I think Edward Norton is an interesting choice for Hulk, and definitely the fact that we're able to see the different perspective of how they perceive the Hulk with Norton and the Hulk with Ruffalo is fascinating. Um, the action sequence are okay. I get your argument with the fight, and like I can I guess throw Ragnarok as well in there. I like there is good enough Hulk fight sequence. I think the thing with the MCU is that they are never really sure with his power level. Like sometimes you just throw him with like someone who's equally strong, so you don't really see Hulk's strength, and sometimes you just throw him like with something super weak, so it's like just all out. Like they couldn't figure out, I feel like, what Hulk is supposed to really be like in terms of that. But yeah, as an overall film, it's okay. The score is all right. The directing is there is not very much memorable characters, and just like the main character Hulk himself said that he cannot get too excited. Yeah, this film is not very exciting. So and like Aiden said, this is literally the most skippable film. You wouldn't miss out on much. I feel like unless. Yeah, I'm looking at the whole full film now. Like, I think this is the most skippable. I don't know if you guys agree with you.
Yeah,
I mean, literally didn't watch it until like a month ago, and it added nothing to my viewing experience of the MCU.
Yeah, until Shang-Chi came out, there's like nothing in this movie that really carried over besides Thunderbolt Ross. But I mean, that's the only reason. But they kind of reintroduce him in the next film he's in anyway. So you don't even really need this movie in order to understand who he is.
Watch Tim Blake Nelson come back as the leader eventually.
Yeah.
Was that Tim Roth in Shang-Chi?
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They literally don't carry over anything. They feel like they're forced to. I feel like they're forced to bring Thunderbolt Ross back just because, like, we gotta bring continuity. They could probably use someone else. I don't know. But yeah, it's okay.
I mean, you cast William Hurt. You gotta bring him back.
Yeah.
You suppose we'll ever get him turning into Red Hulk? I doubt it.
Maybe we'll see. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Maybe when they get the rights back.
Well, they don't need.
No, Universal still owns the
Universal.
rights to Hulk, right?
Universal still owns the distribution right for the Hulk.
Okay.
So Marvel cannot distribute it. It's sort of like the Sony Spider-Man situation, but Universal's more hard-headed about this. They don't really want to play. They don't want to share the ball.
Yeah. So let's get into ratings. So, Aiden,
you're not going to talk about it at all?
I mean, it'll go on for like even longer if I do, and I already I talked about it last time. I'm just here the host, and I'll if there are any ties, I'll break the tiebreaker. But.
Okay, it's a low C, if I'm being generous.
Sarah,
I have this as an F tier. I don't think it deserves any higher.
Albert.
Wait, I just realized there's no E directly go from D to F. Then it's an F. It's on the lower end. So yeah, it's not. Again, there's not that much redeeming factor about this film.
Yeah.
Okay. Then all right, we'll put it in F tier, and then let's go to our next movie, Iron Man 2.
Oh boy.
But starting with Sarah.
I hate how weak the Iron Man solo films are because I love the character, and it's just this movie. There isn't really, I don't know. It wasn't very good to me upon rewatch. It had been a while since I had last seen it, but I mean, villain once again. I feel like that's something that the Iron Man movies just struggle with. None of them really have a good villain, and it's just I don't know. I don't really like this movie. I don't really have much I can say. I'll say more positive stuff once we get to some of the later movies.
Yeah, I guess I'll go. This one is not that good as well. The villain just suck. Whiplash is uh, it's just not fun. He just wants his bird. No one gives a shit. Sam Rockwell is great as Justin Hammer. I want to see more of him. One of my favorite scenes of this whole film is when Tony Stark is in court, and just because it's Robert Downey Jr. able to just try to fall out, play that's personality, and it's so much fun to watch. And that's the first time we see Don Cheadle as well as Rhodey, which is nice. But yeah, it's such a mess, and like because you can tell Jon Favreau and Disney or Marvel, whoever is more keeping him in check. They had a clash um, with their creative vision, so it's very much like the same film but less good. Like everything, I feel like they have a bunch of check boxes from the first film that they transfer over here, and then they do it again, but it's just not. um, and yeah, I like the introduction of Black Widow. Great character, great introduction in that first sequence in the boxing ring, just beating the shit out of Happy. And then at the very end again, when Happy finally defeats one person, like boom, hey, you see that? And then there's a whole aisle of everyone just down. I love that. But yeah, third act fight sucks with the droids and everything. It's just not much stuff. That's it.
Aiden?
I actually like Whiplash. I think I enjoy Mickey Rourke's performance as Whiplash. I know that's controversial, but I like him. Like my favorite scene in the film is the racetrack scene where you'd see him unleash his whips for the first time and his clothes burn off and he like beats up Tony on the track. I love that scene. But yeah, I think what Albert said, like it's Iron Man 1, but not as good. I think that's pretty accurate. I still like Robert Downey Jr.'s portrayal. I think he's still fun to watch. I think there's still enough good one-liners that it's not bad. But I think it is one of the weaker films. I liked it less on a rewatch whenever I did my last rewatch. I feel like they just try and shove too much into it. They've got the Whiplash thing going on, and they've also got Tony dying from something, and then him discovering a new element and like trying to reconcile with his dad. And there's introducing Nick Fury more so, and then Black Widow. It's just kind of a very messy middle act because of how much stuff they're trying to shove in there. And then that gets resolved pretty quickly so that the last act can happen. Like he's like, oh, I'm not dying. Oh, I discovered a new element. Oh, all this stuff is okay. So that I can go fight the bad guy. Oh, and I figured out my life. It's messy. I don't think it's awful. Again, it's kind of like the Hulk for me, where it's like, it's not great, but I kind of like watching it still. But yeah, it's definitely lower tier MCU.
Yeah. All right. Well then, Sarah, let's go to your rating first.
I have it on the D tier.
Albert?
I have it at the F tier.
Aiden?
D.
Okay, so we'll put in D tier then. I would put it in D as well. So let's go to Thor then. Let's start with Albert.
Thor. First of all, there's recently a Twitter, not thread, just like people just keep on saying how there's so many. Is it dolly shots? Dolly shots, right? No,
Dutch angles.
Dutch angles in Thor.
It's awful. I hate it.
And I rewatched Thor recently, and I cannot unsee it. There is so fucking many. It's insane. Yeah. It's so unnecessary too. But yeah, aside from that, this film is good. There's a lot of charm to it. I love the setup of Asgard. I love the music. The Thor theme by Patrick Doyle is great. And yeah, it just has so much. There is a lot of warmth to this film. There's a lot of charm just to the characters, and I think a big part of it is just the tone of the whole film. They're literally introducing a god, and they have to find a way to ground him in a way, because I don't think MCU was ready for how cosmic they are gonna be. So they put him on the most boring place you could think of, New Mexico, probably. So they put him there. They try to ground him, and it works. Like when he tries to pick up that hammer after beating everyone, he couldn't, and then you sort of feel the pain for him because you feel like, damn, that sucks, because you're really rooting for him. But Chris Hemsworth, definitely great Thor, great casting. The whole everyone's casted very well in here. I think it's just a really nice movie, great introduction. There's not a lot of action to it, but just the whole family dynamic and the world building, I think, is good. And just the relationship between Jane Foster and Thor, and him with Selvig, and with Loki, and the whole Asgardians. I think it's well done. That's it.
Reading?
I don't like this movie. This is the one that on rewatches, I'm like, I don't really want to watch this. My main problem is it's boring. It's very boring. And like, yeah, everyone's acting pretty well. I mean, I do like the beginning sequence all the way until Thor goes to Earth, and then I feel like it just stops. It's at a standstill for a very long time. I'm glad they got rid of the bleached eyebrows for future.
Yes, it's so bad
for future MCU movies. It does not look good. Music's great. I'm glad we get the introduction of Loki and Thor and like all the characters. Like, I like the characters, but the movie's just so unexciting that it's just kind of hard to get through. I think it's funny that the town that they're in, like for most of the movie on Earth, that's actually the town from 3:10 to Yuma. They just recreated it and put like glass windows and stuff in there so that it looked like a modern day town. I always think that's really funny. Yeah, I hate Dutch angles. I cannot think of a single circumstance I'm sure I've ever seen a Dutch angle and been like, yeah, that worked. I hate them. I hate all of them. I think it's a dumb, pointless camera maneuver. And this movie
even
is
know what they
full of
are.
it. It's when the camera turns like this.
This is a Dutch angle.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, it's like
Maybe someone just broke a tripod on set and they don't have enough money to fix it. They're like, shit, well, I gotta deal with this now.
I know. I mean, I think the intended purpose is supposed to be like, it makes you a tad uncomfortable. So it's supposed to raise your apprehension about I don't know. I don't think there's any shot in this film that makes that necessary. It's just, they're just thrown in there haphazardly. And yeah, it's distracting. I don't like them. So I hate the camera work in this movie. But yeah, I like the music. I think kind of the design of Asgard is pretty cool. I did like all the scenes that were like on Asgard. But yeah, it's just once he gets back to Earth, it definitely loses steam. So it's one of my bottom ones in the MCU.
All right, Sarah.
I kind of agree with stuff that's been said by both Albert and Aiden. I don't love this movie, but I don't think it's terrible. Loki has always been one of my favorite characters in the MCU, so I think just seeing his character be introduced, I always really enjoyed that. I guess the camera works never bothered me because I didn't know what a Dutch angle was until like 30 seconds ago, but I could see why people don't enjoy this movie just because, like, I will say, like, when I was younger watching this, I did find it kind of boring, but I think I liked it a little more on a rewatch just because I've really grown to love Thor as a character, especially seeing like the kind of redemption arcs he's kind of gone through his solo movies and just every other movie he's been in. But I think my favorite part is honestly just the introduction of Loki. I love pretty much every movie that he's in except for Thor: The Dark World, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. So, are we going to rank it then? I'm assuming because Matthew's muted.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's a car passing by. That's very loud.
Exactly.
There we go.
I didn't want to. Exactly. loud engines nearby. So. Yeah, Albert, go ahead and give your rating.
Thor. As much as I love it, I agree with the boring aspect of it, and that does drags it down a bit. So it's just below Iron Man for me, so it's on the C tier.
I say it's a D.
Sarah?
I have it in C tier.
Okay. And then I also have it at C tier.
Okay. I feel like all of these are just gonna go this way. Everyone feels one way. I feel different, so we go the other way. That's fine.
It's for the conversation. I'm pretty sure there'll be more. There will be. I wonder which one is going to be the first one that we're all massively different on. I'm curious.
We'll see. All right.
Sure, it'll be
I have a guess already, but I don't want to say.
Let's go to the next movie then. Captain America, the First Avenger. Aiden, let's go to you first.
So this one I go back and forth on. I feel like every other time I watch this movie, I either dislike it or I really like it. And I can never put my finger on why, but it ranges from a 6 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10 for me. Because either it's just kind of boring and it doesn't feel like it matters a whole lot, or it's like a good origin story with like some exciting elements. I don't know. Yeah, I like Chris Evans. I think that was an excellent casting choice there. I think, yeah, all the stuff that they pull from his origin in the comics is done really well, like the creation of Captain America and all that. As weird as it is, I think it slows down when he actually goes to war. I think there's a lot of montages and stuff instead of like actually showing us a lot of how Captain America can be cool. It's like we get to watch him selling bonds, and then even when he is right. Well, I mean, he's there with like the go-go girls entertaining the troops, but like even when he is fighting, there's like still a bunch of montages of just like showing him blowing up tanks and rescuing people and shooting people, and it's just like, okay, it's just kind of, I don't know. I don't feel one way or another about most of the action in this film just because it doesn't show us a lot. I don't know if I really like Hugo Weaving as Red Skull or not. I definitely like the design. I think it's pretty cool. But like, I don't feel like he has a lot to do. And then the way he dies or is defeated or whatever, like before you know what actually happens to him, was kind of very lackluster. He just kind of disappears. You're like, oh, I guess that's that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there was something else he could have done than put the plane in the water. Like, I don't think it ever fully.
It's not stopping. It's gonna go to New York.
Right. But if he can put it in the water, he can aim it at the water and jump out and use a parachute, because there's parachutes in there.
Well, there's no guarantee that it's going to go to the water. What if
there's those other bomb pods he could have jumped into and flown away. Like, I feel like there's a number of other solutions he could have taken.
They need to find a way to freeze him, and they're
yeah, I'm well aware. I just don't think that the execution of it is all that great. I do think the ending is incredible, though. Like, I love the last line of his "I have a date" and then cut to black. Like, I think that's so good. But yeah, so the rest, I mean, yeah, there's parts of the movie that I like and parts that I find boring and are just okay. But I think as a whole, I do like it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I know the first half of the movie, like, I really, really like the first half. And then, like you said, like the very end of the movie, I think is just a really good way to kind of tie it into the like modern day like plot of where the MCU is going. And Captain America has always been my favorite person in the MCU. Like, I love Chris Evans. I love the character. And So I think I automatically like this movie more than others just for that reason. But yeah, the like a lot of the later parts in the movie though, where he's more fighting, I do kind of really agree that it is kind of boring, and that's where the movie loses me a little bit. But I love the beginning where they kind of show like the start of his, or like where they show like his friendship with Bucky, and then they show like him as a person before he gets like all big and strong, and it kind of shows that he doesn't really lose that. Like he just kind of takes those values and applies it to this newfound strength and stuff. And I don't know. Also, the scene where he finally has the super soldier serum like injected. Love that scene, top tier scene. If Sophie was here, I'd be able to fangirl over that scene with her.
Yeah, no, that scene's great. I like this film a lot. This film has so much. I'm gonna say this word a lot, but this film has so much heart to it, and that's because that's the core of the Captain America. It's just the value of his character, and I think that's out of anything, that's the biggest takeaway, that they managed to make a guy in a Star Spangled Banner suit work, a guy from the 1940s work, and that's because of the core message of the character, and that's a success. And just like, yes, a great casting. I think the story is a really good story. Was it the best way that it was told? Maybe not, because like again, if you think about it, there's not that many action sequences in this film. Cap barely fought Red Skull. They like throw one punch, boom, and then the first time they see it, and then the bridge pull it up, and they had a brief scuffle at the end as well, and then Red Skull vanishes. So there's not that much action aside from the war montage. I don't think that was that exciting as well, which is why in Winter Soldier they expand so much action for him. Fantastic, and we'll get to that. But yeah, it's again, the relationship with Bucky is great. Haley Atwell as Peggy Carter is great as well in this one. Their relationship, just their love story, I think is definitely the strongest in the MCU. It's just really well done. It's sad every time when they have to part ways. Before he, according to Aiden, doesn't work out well, but before he sank the ship and the plane into the water. But it's a really great scene. And I was thinking about this a while ago, but the fact that, and this is going ahead, this is a foreshadow here to What If Episode 1, Captain Carter. The fact, well, people criticize that that's the exact same thing as the Captain America, the First Avenger, the story, and that is true. But if it's anything, it's a testament that like the skeleton of that script works really well, because told in a different way, it still works. So I thought the at least the core story of it was good, but yeah, it wasn't not the most exciting way to be told, but I think it's a great introduction. I froze. I don't know when I froze there, but yeah, I thought it was a great introduction to the character, definitely.
All right, and then Aiden, let's go to your rating first.
It's a solid C.
Sarah?
I have it as B tier.
Albert?
I have it as B tier.
Okay. Well, then we will put it B.
Where do you have it at?
I have it as an A.
Yeah, it's close. It's close to an A. It's.
All right. All right. Let's
Avengers.
go to the Avengers. Yeah. Sarah, first.
This movie is just, it's so good to me. Like I think one thing that I realized upon rewatching it is just noticing how weak some of the early MCU movies are, how it like built up to this, and like this movie was just, I loved it. It's hard for me to really talk about. This movie, it's just the scene where they're all like fighting in New York and they're just all standing in their circle is like, and you hear the Avengers theme. It's just so iconic, and it just keeps showing the characters that have all just been slowly introduced. And I don't really know. I can't say anything bad about this movie. I absolutely love it.
Albert?
It's a good film, iconic score. Obviously, that scene is great. Um, this is my first introduction to the MCU. This is the first time I've seen any MCU. And Aiden's surprised because you probably think I started since the very beginning, wasn't it? Didn't you?
Well, I was just surprised you didn't watch, the other ones before watching the team up movie.
I wasn't even planning to watch a team up movie. I was invited to a birthday party. They had lunch, and then I was like, "Hey, let's watch a movie." Okay, sure. What we're watching? Avengers. I'm like, "Cool." Who are they? I had no clue.
Yeah, this was my first MCU movie too.
Yeah, it's I know it's crazy, but it still works. The first time I watched it, I was like, "Shit, this is awesome! I'm gonna read comics. I'm gonna learn everything." And now I know so much thanks to this. But first thing we have to address: Captain America's costume. Garbage as shit. This is the worst costume I've ever seen. What the hell is that? Awful costume compared to everything else that we've seen in the
It's
MCU.
comic booky.
It's so bad. It's literally just they put him in like a spandex. It's nothing even pops. Even the helmet sucks. But yeah, it's great. It's interesting that you think about it now that most of the film takes place in the helicarrier, and I don't know if that's a budgetary concern. They just want to keep it close, like a sort of close budget, and they keep it a lot in the helicarrier. But it works. Coulson, we never have Coulson so far, and this is the last time we see him for a while. I thought he was good, and just how his story comes to an end in this one. Definitely. What?
Until a year later in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But Loki definitely even more. It's this Loki and Thor's Loki feels kind of different because this one like full on Matt character. I almost said Matt Titan, but that's a different character. But yeah, it's just insane. It's like just hungry for power, and I like that. I like seeing that. It's just an interesting team up and how everything works, how everything comes together, and just the introduction of all of the characters in this film. Of Black Widow's introduction in this film is great. The recruiting of Bruce Banner is good. Yeah, I think, and even the opening scene when Loki steals the Tesseract, I think that was well done too. It's just there are some stuff that I don't know. It's a good film. There some of the other ones that I have higher up, and it's not going to be an S tier for me. Some of the other stuff just done it way better. But yeah, there's also great scenes. I also like when they are arguing for the first time and Bruce Banner just holds his scepter. So yeah. I'm done.
Aiden?
Yeah, this is my third favorite film in the MCU. I think it's a remarkable achievement of just kind of the shared universe theory that they were testing out. I don't think there'd really been any other like team ups on this scale like in the past in cinema history, and I think it works. Everything about it really works. The character interactions are believable. I mean, it's really strong dialogue from Joss Whedon. Like it's funny, it's witty,
So many iconic quotes.
it's quotable. Yeah, I mean the score is great. Everyone's acting really well. It's just so much fun to watch. I think that's what it nails more than anything else, is that it's just a fun movie. It's not really trying to be anything more than that. It's not like under the burden of setting up another phase. It's not like setting up more spin-off sequels or anything like Agents or Age of Ultron was. It's just a fun time, and yeah, I think so much of it works really well. I mean, there's a couple like story things towards the end that don't make a lot of sense. Like, why was Selvig able to build in a trap into his machine when he was fully brainwashed when no one else could? Or like, why did all the Chitauri suddenly die when their stuff died? Like the droids in Phantom Menace. How is everyone talking to each other without earpieces? Yeah, so there's like some nitpicky things that you could get into, but I think as a whole, it's fun to see the characters interact and fight aliens. So yeah, I think it still holds up. I think.
To real quick, just to add to Aiden's nitpicky stuff, on my most recent rewatch, and I put this in my latest review, it really bothered me the fact that the Mind Stone, the scepter, is easily you can just get rid of the mind control by knocking someone in the head really hard. It's like this is an Infinity Stone, and you knock someone out and they regain their consciousness. That bothered me the most recent time, but aside from that,
Yeah. Well, they
Yeah,
didn't know the Mind Stone was in there yet.
well, yeah. And that's true. I like that they didn't bother setting anything up really in this one. Like if the MCU ended here and then, success.
Mhm.
Thankfully, it didn't because we
Mhm.
get all other stuff. But yeah, if it did, they didn't set up anything. It was good.
Mhm.
All right, Sarah, what's your rating?
S tier.
Albert,
I have this as an A tier.
Aiden.
S tier.
All right, let's put it in
No, I'm not gonna argue that. It's good.
this tier then, and then we can move on to the next movie, which is Iron Man 3.
Yeah, this is this is going to be the controversial opinion.
You can start, Aiden. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
Okay. Iron Man 3. I think it's a lot of fun. This film is a lot of fun. But there's not much to it really. They try to do more of like, oh, it's not the suit, it's the person inside the suit, and this way they do a lot of Tony Stark adventures without the suit. And it's okay, but it's also kind of boring. They did PTSD pretty well. I think I've never had that, thankfully, but like I think it's a good depiction of it, of how they handle that. The whole Mandarin cop out scene was like I still have mixed feelings about it. I don't think Aldrich Killian is a particularly exciting villain. It was really terrifying up until the twist, and then it sort of becomes like, oh, it's not that scary anymore in a way. And then like Pepper Potts having the extremis, and then you can get rid of it super easily. It's like, okay, that's like weird. That's how simple it is. They barely even mention it in the very end. The final fight in the oil rig with all the armor is cool, but yeah, that's it. I don't love this film. It's just there, you know. So yeah, I'll stop at that for now.
Andrew,
I haven't really watched it in a while.
That Cap suit in the Avengers rules.
Andrew, I want to try to see you pull it off. Go, you do that for your next Halloween, man.
And he said, might have to leave the stream for a bit to avoid hearing this. Okay.
Yeah.
Iron Man 3
He's
is a good movie.
He's our resident Iron Man 3 lover.
He's a Shane Black guy. So.
I mean, I like Shane Black too, and I think this movie's terrible.
All right, well, Aiden, why don't you talk about it?
Oh boy. Yeah, like Albert said, it's pretty boring. I don't think the Mandarin thing works at all. I don't think Aldrich Killian is even remotely interesting. Neither is Guy Pearce's portrayal of him. He's kind of there. He's just boring. I think this movie removed most of the heart and humor that makes Tony Stark an enjoyable character. Like usually he's like a dick, but he's funny. And here he's just a dick. Like he tells a kid who's like dad left him. He's like, yeah, that's what dads do. They leave. No need to be a pussy about it. It's like, what?
I don't think that was the exact line, but
that's. I'm pretty sure that's the exact line. Like it was like, what the fuck? They put that in a movie, and it's just not. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable to watch. It's not interesting. It's just not all that exciting to watch Tony run around without a suit, and because he's not as charismatic as he's in the last two films. I didn't really like Harley, whatever his name was.
Harley Keener.
Yeah, I think he's boring. I generally don't like the kid actors in movies because I think they usually are just more annoying than helpful. I mean, there's been some exceptions, but like for the most part, I think that's true, and I think it holds true here too. I think he's just the annoying kid.
said hilarious line.
It's not though. It's just Robert. It's just Tony Stark being a dick. But yeah, I mean, the extremist subplot. I mean, Tony makes a lot of stupid decisions. He like gives out his address on air, and then stays in his home unarmored.
That sequence is cool though. It blows up.
I mean, yeah, it looks
Him
cool,
being
but
Buck.
it's like it's so stupid. Like the writing is so dumb. It's like, oh, and this guy decided to take revenge on Tony Stark however many years later because he ditched him on a roof. It was like, okay. And yeah, I mean, like the ending or everything is wrapped up super easily. It's like, oh, I cured Pepper. Oh, and just because I also cured myself, I just removed the shrapnel that they told me could never be removed just because. I was like, I don't know if that's because Robert Downey Jr. was tired of wearing the chest piece or if because they just wrote that into the storyline. I don't know. It doesn't work. Apparently, there's an extended international cut where like the doctor that removes his chest stuff is like a famous Hong Kong actress. She's in there for like 20 seconds walking down a hallway or something. I don't know. It's a weird inclusion. That's off the topic, but yeah, I don't think the music's interesting. I didn't like the script. I don't. Yeah, there's very little that I actually enjoy about this film. I definitely skip it every rewatch because I don't think it really matters. It doesn't contribute to any of the future movies. I don't feel like, with the exception of like him removing his chest stuff, there's not really anything else in here that carries over.
No, they even returned War Machine to his original look again. They put Iron Patriot and then like, okay, change it back.
Yeah, I know. Iron Patriot isn't even a thing. Yeah, again, Shang-Chi has a weird habit of adding stuff from the least popular MCU movies to make them popular again, to make them necessary. Yeah.
Andrew said Aiden doesn't like dark humor.
Andrew, you know that I love dark humor. I'm a big dark humor fan. It's just not funny. There have to be humor in order for it to be dark humor.
Andrew also said he likes MCU movies more than
Well, that's just objectively false.
All right, let's. Aiden, do you have anything else more?
No, I'm done. This movie makes me mad.
Sarah?
I don't dislike this movie as much as Aiden does, but I don't really like it. I mean, common theme, like I already mentioned with Iron Man movies, they have weak villains. It just isn't. I just don't enjoy it. I mean, I like the fact that this is technically a Christmas movie, but yeah, I don't know. I think, and then like Albert said, like with the depiction of like the PTSD and stuff, I feel like they did a pretty decent job handling that. And but I don't know. I just this movie's just kind of there. I don't think anything stands out too much about like it being terrible, but I also don't think it stands out in like being good either. So it just, I don't know. I could skip this one on rewatch and probably not really notice that I missed anything, but yeah, it's not the worst Iron Man movie in my opinion, but I still don't really enjoy it.
Okay.
Can I also say, at least for me, I don't know if you guys agree, this is like the worst Pepper Potts been written.
Yeah.
I think their character sort of underdevelops in this one, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Everyone's does. Tony's, Pepper's, every existing character has their character, like the best parts of them removed. It's really annoying.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Well, Albert, what's your rating?
I have this as a C.
Aiden?
F.
Sarah?
I was D tier.
Yeah, so yeah, I think that just averages the D.
What do you have it?
I have it as a B tier. I'm gonna put
Interesting.
it in front of Iron Man 2. I don't actually. I don't know what you
Yeah,
guys
you can
think.
put it. You can put it in front of
Yeah.
Iron Man 2. That's
Yeah.
fine.
All right.
Okay, let's go to the next movie, Thor: The Dark World. Aiden, let's start with you.
And this is where I undo all of my credibility about not liking Iron Man 3. No, I like this one much less on a rewatch. I used to quite enjoy it, but now I think it's not very good. There are certain elements I like. I definitely like it more than the first Thor. I still really like the interaction between Thor and Loki. Like, I really like the relationship in this one. I love the music. I think the music's very good. Like, especially Freya's funeral scene. It's really good. Visuals are great. Yeah, it's just like every time they focus on Natalie Portman in any of these movies is where it starts to lose me.
Which sucks because Natalie Portman is awesome.
Yeah, it's just there's the sections on Earth are so boring. They're not enjoyable to watch. Yeah, Malekith, forgettable villain, but I mean that's the same with most of the MCU, if I'm being honest. I do kind of like the language that they make up for them though. I think it sounds kind of cool. But yeah, I think the visuals are good. I like the relationship between the brothers. I like the music. I don't think it's as horrible as most people seem to think it is. But it's not great either. It's lower tier MCU, but it's definitely not the worst. I don't know. There's not a lot to say about this one, I don't think.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this movie I think is pretty damn awful, but I love Loki. It's gonna be a common theme about any of the movies he's in. Love his character. I think this is a movie where I finally realized that like he was one of my favorite characters, because when I was younger, I was still. I mean, I wasn't that young when this movie came out, but I was still like in the mindset that I was like, oh, this is a villain. I can't like the villain because they're bad. And then like this movie made me question that, and it was like, and then for some reason, I very vividly remember seeing this movie in theaters. I actually think this is the first MCU movie I saw in theaters, which is interesting. But I was really sad when Loki died for the millionth time already. But yeah, this is one of those movies. I don't know why. I feel like I can rewatch this one a lot, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it is just pretty bad. Like the villain just, it's like at that point, like why even focus on Malekith at all? Like if he's in like so little, like it feels like he's not really relevant to the main plot. It was pretty much just a setup to introduce the Reality Stone, and I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like this one a lot considering where it is in my ranking and what tier I'm gonna say I'd put it on. But I don't know. It's a dumb movie, but I like it because of Loki.
Yeah. This movie is pretty boring. There's like echo what most everyone have said. They just underutilize a lot of characters. I feel like as like the Warriors 3 is also pretty under. The full of MCU never really utilized the Warriors 3 pretty well, and Sif. But yeah, there is some of my favorite parts about the first Thor is the stuff in Asgard. And then they do more of the stuff in Asgard here, and yet it's very forgettable. Also, the fact that Frigga died in here, and it's like such an important character moment, yet as an audience member, you're not really affected by it. It's a testament of like, oh, it's not really well done. And like, yeah, it's very.
I was affected by it.
I mean, I wasn't affected by it until like I knew like more about Loki's backstory. Like I think first seeing the movie, it was just kind of a forgettable scene, but going back on a rewatch it.
See, that's the thing. It's a forgettable scene, and it's such an important character death. So it's
right.
like,
well, I didn't care about the actual character death. It's when the funeral happens and the music starts. That's when I'm like, oh.
That's fair. But yeah, the action sequences are alright. I didn't know that Alan Taylor was a Game of Thrones guy. He directed Game of Thrones episode when he directed this. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Because I didn't get the Game of Thrones so much later. But yeah, there's not much redeeming factor about this. So yeah. Also, I didn't need to see a naked Stellan Skarsgård running around the Stonehenge. So -1 point for that.
Okay. All right, Aiden. Let's go to your rating now.
D tier.
Sarah,
Oh, I have it at F tier.
Albert,
F
F.
for free
Alright.
guys.
Do you want to put this above or below Incredible?
I don't really have.
I don't care.
I think it's better than Incredible Hulk, but
That's fine with me. I don't really have an opinion.
I mean, both just
They're
on the
both
same
bad.
tier. It doesn't matter too
yeah,
much.
they're both bad.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
Colin, I'm not sure if that's a typo. I think
Backed.
fact, is it supposed to be naked or not? I don't know, but
Maybe
Stellan Skarsgård is
YouTube
the
just
best part
censored
of
it.
Thor,
Censored it by
Dark
default.
World. Yeah. I agree.
Thor: The
Yeah.
Far World.
Thor: The Far World. Yeah.
Colin, are you okay?
Colin says it elevates it to C tier easily.
You're right. Let's change it.
No.
The second movie I've seen with Stellan Skarsgård naked.
What's the first one?
Well, this was the first one. Then Dune's the second one.
Oh.
The convergence will come, Robin.
Oh, it's his autocorrect.
I don't believe that. All right.
Okay, let's get into the next movie then, which is Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Starting with Sarah.
Oh, I love this movie. I think this is the movie that truly got me invested in the MCU. It was like I said, like I didn't start watching from the beginning. Avengers was the first movie I saw, and first one I saw in theaters was Thor: The Dark World. And once I saw this one, I was like, okay, I need to see every movie like right as its release, kind of thing, just because it was that good. And I think just the introduction of the Winter Soldier and Bucky is just the realization that Steve goes through when he's like, oh wait, this is my best friend. I don't want to hurt him, but like he also doesn't want like anybody else, like any innocent people, just to get harmed because of Bucky, even though it's not really Bucky. Like it's just him being controlled. I think the elevator scene where he just beats up everybody, love that scene. I think it's just this movie. It just continues to show why I love Captain America so much. It's like, and like the Bucky Steve like storyline has just always been one of my favorite things in the MCU because it's just I love this movie so much, and it's just I feel like everything was super well done, and also the Cap's uniform in this is much better than the one in the Avengers.
Very close. Yeah. So my turn.
Yep.
Yeah, this film is. As soon as I want to say awesome, I froze. Perfect. This just like Captain America, he froze too. This film is freaking awesome. There's so much great stuff. Just the action sequence we've all known about. The highway fight is one of I think still the best action sequence, like pure action sequence. The elevator fight, obviously. The score is really good. I like the Lemurian Star Team. Even the opening sequence, like because you sort of get a scale of Captain America's power in the previous film, but you never really flesh it out. And then in this movie, the opening scene, he jumps off the plane without a parachute, and he kicks someone off a boat. Literally, the guy just flew off. It's like, oh shit, this is a strike. So yeah, and like I feel like, and I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I feel like people before this movie they like Captain America, but I don't think Captain America is anyone's favorite Avenger.
Oh, he
And
was
this
always my
movie-
favorite.
Okay, fair.
He's always been there.
But in this movie, people's like, okay, Captain America's cool. It's not just a great character; it's like actually really cool. And even without understanding much of the lore, because by the time I reached this film, I liked the Avengers. I haven't seek out the previous ones, so I watched it without watching the first one. I don't know who Bucky was, so that doesn't hit me as much. But then it still works as a character, because you realize everything. They explain everything along the way, and just like once you realize that as well, it's really good. They utilize Black Widow really well in here, as well as Nick Fury. And yeah, it's just the whole political thriller vibe is really good, and just the third act is fantastic as well. And the introduction of Sam Wilson, and of course the opening scene on your left, it becomes a meme.
Yes,
It's just so good.
iconic.
And like weird places in Washington D.C. that's not tourist destination now become tourist destination. So there you go. Great stuff.
Aiden?
Yeah, this is definitely top 5 MCU films for me. I think it's so well crafted. Yeah, like Albert said, the highway fight scene so good. I think that might be my single favorite film or scene in the MCU is from the moment Nick Fury realizes that those aren't cops, or like when he first gets
scene.
right when he first gets hit by the cop car. Because he says to the cops, "You want to see my license? Or you want to see my license or something?" And then they drive away. And then he goes in the intersection and gets hit. Like everything from the second that he gets hit till when he escapes from the Winter Soldier. I think that's my favorite sequence in the MCU. It's so good. Yeah, I think just kind of the mystery surrounding everything is really good. I think, yeah, just fleshing out everyone's characters a lot more works really well. Like Black Widow gets a lot of attention here, and Captain America gets a lot more in-depth look at his personality and his powers, and I think it really works. It definitely elevates every character in here to like a lot higher future standards, where like people are now more invested in these characters because of this movie.
Yeah, like Black Widow, I wasn't really invested in her character. Like, I didn't dislike her. Like, I did enjoy her character, but I wasn't invested in her until this movie, really, because I feel like we got to see a lot more of her because there were fewer characters, I feel like, for her to compete with, like, instead of Avengers, and also Iron Man 2, but, like, that movie's just not good, so,
Yeah.
I think this is definitely her best Black Widow has been.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent thriller, an excellent like political drama sort of thing, with like some of the best action sequences in the MCU. Yeah, all the performances are fantastic, and like I knew this story going in. I had read the Winter Soldier comic where he came back, so I already knew about the reveal, but it was still so cool to see it on film. Yeah, I think everything about this film works really well.
Colin says Winter Soldier is the best Black Widow movie. I just said.
You're right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, just to add to it, yeah, this is definitely the best Black Widow's ever been written. I feel like, and like Captain America as well. Like before this, he's just mainly like the person with the biggest heart, and then like in here you really see a different side to him a little bit as well. But you still stay sort of core, just expands on his like ideals and everything. And yeah, it's really well done with the infiltration of Hydra and everything as well. And talking about the highway fight, Aiden, I was talking about that fight is the same as well. It's also good. I was talking about when Bucky fought Cap and Black Widow and Sam.
Oh, that highway.
When
fight.
it starts from the car getting hit, and then with Bucky, and then they jump down, and then the whole knife sequence.
Yeah, that one's
that one's my
cool
favorite
too.
Yeah,
they're all just so good.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to like if anyone watched it without like knowing Bucky was the Winter Soldier, because I knew from just like comics and stuff. So.
I had no knowledge from the comics. Anything I know about the comics has come after I've watched something in the MCU. So
I was like Bucky in this film. When Captain America said Bucky, I was like, who the hell's Bucky? when the first time watching it, of course, yeah.
I think have any of you guys seen Avengers: Earth Mightiest Heroes, like the animated show?
The animated show
I've
or
seen some
the
episodes.
animated movie or the show?
The show.
I've seen some
I
episodes.
don't. I think I've seen 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's how I knew about Winter Soldier. I think just like from watching that before the movie.
Mhm.
So, all right. Well, we go to Albert, right? Or
Yes. What? For
I guess-
ratings?
or no? I don't know. It's yeah. Let's just go to ratings. So, let's go. Yeah, Sarah or
This is an easy S
Are you
tier.
okay with
Aiden.
it, Matthew?
I'm not okay. I'm
He's just silenced by how good the movie is.
yeah.
Uh,
Exactly.
Yeah,
S-
this, yeah,
S
easy
tier for
S
me.
tier.
S tier.
All right. Colin also said earlier, if I come back and this isn't S tier, I will. Oh.
Well, he doesn't have to riot anymore.
Yep. No rioting today.
I would also place this above Avengers, so.
Is that the poster for Winter Soldier?
Yeah, that's a weird.
Yeah.
That's an interesting poster.
Huh. Never seen that one before.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I've seen that one either.
Who wants to put it above the Avengers?
Me.
I put it above Avengers.
I would not.
Okay, I think that's the majority.
Ugh.
I mean, I would also put it above. So, but regardless of whether it was 2-1, like, or
Every time. It's fine.
you know, both S tier movies. So I guess.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well, let's go to the next movie, Guardians of the Galaxy,
Guardians.
starting with Albert.
Okay. I love this film, but weirdly enough, I don't really watch it as much as I should. I don't know why. I just don't have the urge to go back for it, and that's nothing against the film. It's just me. But I like the soundtrack of it. Everyone doesn't know who they are before this film, and everyone now knows the talking tree and the raccoon. So it's like it's super impressive what they did. It's so much fun. The soundtrack's great. The theme is great. The whole story of just a ragtag bunch of heroes working together, and the exploration. This is the first time Marvel really went cosmic, aside from the Thor films. But like this is like full cosmic, and I think it's really well done. Introduction to Xandar, to the Krees, to exploring the Collector's Chamber and everything. It's just so it's done really well. The prison breakout scene is great. Yeah, the weakest part of this film is the villain. Really, I don't think Ronan does much. He lost to a dance off, so that's like I guess that's like also one of the things that I didn't like as much. The dance off I thought was like so stupid that it doesn't make sense in the context of this film. But I get it for the character. But yeah, it's really well done, and I love everything with Xandar and Nova Corps and everything. It's so cool. So yeah.
I have had a very complicated history with this movie. When I saw it in theaters, I didn't like it. When I saw it the time after that, I didn't like it. The time after that, didn't like it. It was like my least favorite film in the MCU every single time I watched it until the last time I saw it, which had been the first time I'd seen it in a couple of years. And then I really liked it.
What changed?
Interesting.
Beats me. But I was like, hey, this movie's fun. I like this movie. Couldn't tell you why or what changed, but I like it now. Not quite top 10. I think it's number 11.
Hey,
But-
same.
Yeah, I still think it's really good. I don't know. I don't think the humor works in here most of the time. Most of the jokes don't land for me. I know this is my controversial opinion about it. I don't like Bradley Cooper as Rocket.
Huh.
I think the voice he does is so annoying.
I love Rocky Raccoon.
And I don't think Rocket's a very interesting character either. So yeah, like I said, that's my controversial take. So I really don't like him. Yeah, I think Ronan extremely forgettable. So it always confuses me that most people's problems with like a lot of the films is like, oh, I hate Thor: The Dark World because the villain's forgettable. It's like, yeah, but you love Guardians and he's forgettable too. Yeah, Ronan's just
It's
Ronan.
because Guardians of
Yeah.
the Galaxy actually has redeeming qualities.
Yeah, Ronan's boring. Ronan has nothing to do, and yeah, I think the dance off at the end is really dumb. I don't think that would ever work in any circumstance, especially if some
Watch
dude.
him try that against Thanos.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Ronan is literally about to destroy the planet. He's not going to be distracted by some weirdo dancing at the last second. Yeah, soundtrack is really, really good. I think James Gunn just has an excellent taste in music. Like all of the songs in both movies, I think just fit the scene very well. Yeah, so soundtrack's great, and the original music is great. I think it can feel a little long at times. I think it drags a little bit in the middle, especially with all the collector stuff. But as a whole, I think it's a pretty fun movie.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, it definitely has its weak points. I disagree though. I really like the humor in this movie. I think that's what kept me interested in it. Because like I mean, this has never been like one of my least favorite, but it's also just never been my favorite. It's always just kind of been pretty in the middle. But like I remember watching it this past time I watched it, and I didn't remember Drax being it. Like I didn't remember thinking he was as funny as I thought he was. And then I've always really liked Rocket and Groot. Like Chris Pratt, his Star-Lord, he's my least favorite of the five of them. But so I think I don't really like his character too much, but I think just the humor in general and also the music, that's what keeps me in the movie. And I think it's also just like a really well put together movie. And it's like I think it was Albert that said it's like it's a good way to kind of like show like the more cosmic level stuff instead of just being stuck on Earth again. But I know I don't like this movie as much as some people, but I think it definitely does have its redeeming qualities, and it's definitely a fun movie to watch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like Subject 89P13.
I like his partner better. The fact that we can like a character by saying I am Groot and we are Groot, and we just get the whole aspect of the character is so good.
I think the story of Vin Diesel voicing him is really funny. He like
his best performance.
Well, no, he went in there just expecting to say "I am Groot" in a number of different like inflections, and instead they gave him
too, right?
Yeah, and then because he voiced him in every language, and instead they gave him like paragraphs, whereas like for this "I am Groot," it's this entire paragraph of motivation and what's going through Groot's mind and what he's trying to convey, this super complex thought into "I am Groot." So he's had to like read this giant paragraph and figure out how to correctly say "I am Groot." It's really funny.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So rating time.
I have this as an A.
Okay.
I would also put it at an A.
I have it as a high B tier.
Okay. So yeah, we'll put it in A tier. First movie in A. So, all right, let's go to Age of Ultron. Aiden?
I think the only time that I really liked this movie was when I saw it opening night in theaters, because it was just like kind of the crowd experience, and like everyone was really excited for what was coming next. And then every time after that I rewatched it, I've liked it a little bit less.
Yeah.
So now it's very firmly mid, maybe even low mid for me. I think there's still enough humor that it still is good, and it's still got that good Joss Whedon dialogue, but I don't think it works quite as well as in the first Avengers. I think it does drag. I think it spends too much time setting up future movies and sequels and stuff, and not enough time paying attention to its own movie. I think there's definitely some exciting scenes, but I think overall it's pretty boring. I didn't really think Ultron was all that exciting. They kind of just throw away Quicksilver, which is kind of a bummer.
Pisses me off so much.
Yeah, music not all that memorable. Final fight just kind of goes on too long. It's not nearly as fun to watch as the first Avengers. So, I mean, it's okay. It's not terrible, but it's definitely nowhere near as good as the first one.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I like this one less and less every time I rewatch it. I think my favorite and my least favorite thing each come from the twins. Like Wanda, favorite thing about the movie, like I love like how like them introducing her character, and but then like my least favorite thing of the movie is easily how they wasted Quicksilver. Like Aaron Taylor Johnson, like the character had so much potential, and they just threw him away, and then it makes me so mad. Like, and I think every time I rewatch it, I'm just reminded of how mad it makes me, and that's probably why I like it less and less. I think taking that out of it, I think the movie's like it's not bad, but it's just comparing it to the first Avengers, it just doesn't really hold up the same way.
Okay, so I'll go. Between 2014 and 2015, there was the phase where I'm super deep into comic books. So I learned a lot about Avengers, about Marvel between 2014 and 15, all the way up until now. So I had a lot of expectations for this film, and it was met during the first time I watched it. But upon the rewatches, it's very up and down. Like when the first time I watched it, I was like, okay, that's cool. I don't know if I like it more than the first one. And then I rewatch it again. I was like, okay, that's a lot more fun than I remembered it to be. And then I watched it again. I'm like, it's okay. It's like it's very mixed up and down. But I think the overall consensus is that it's a good film. Doesn't exceed anything. They set up a lot. I love the introduction of Wanda and Vision in this one. Pietro's okay. They kill him off. Who cares? But I mean, literally, they didn't give us any reason to invest in the character, which sucks because I really wanted Pietro to be in the MCU, but they didn't. But yeah, my argument for Iron Man 2 is in this one. They try to do the same Avengers movie, but make it bigger, put more stuff, expand, set up a lot more stuff and everything, and it's just a huge kind of mess. There are several cool sequences, but like aside from that, there's not much. Like literally, the best scene of this movie is when they're all trying to lift up a hammer, and if that's the best scene in an Avengers movie, that's problematic. So, yeah. But it's still fun though. It's still a fun film, but it doesn't exceed anything.
I'm still firmly on the side that Captain America could have lifted it up in that movie, but he just did it to save Thor's ego.
He definitely did.
Yeah. And Days of Future Past came out before Age of Ultron, right? So we had already seen a version of Quicksilver.
A much better version.
Yeah, so that probably like adds to like expectations.
Also makes me mad in another thing.
The boner joke. So funny. Haha.
I mean, I laughed, but I was pissed off.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Andrew said that doing speedsters without making them OP is hard.
That's fair. Yeah.
We do have a speedster in Eternals, so.
And what better way to nerf a speedster than to shoot them in the chest?
Yeah. I think thinking back, the MCU still doesn't know exactly what they want to do with their power levels. Like Thor's power level in this film wasn't clear.
Yeah, it's kind of inconsistent.
Hulk as well. Yeah, and even I guess Scarlet Witch still beginning phases, so that's fine. But yeah, they just didn't know exactly what they wanted to do with them. So
All right, so let's go to ratings then. And
C, high D, low C.
I have this as top of the D tier.
I have it as a C tier.
okay. Well, I have it as C tier. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like there's a tie there.
No,
So-
mine's mainly C. So
Yours is mainly C. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll put it at the bottom of C.
Got a pretty even spread so far.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. This is surprising, really even. So let's go to Ant-Man with Sarah.
Paul Rudd. Love Paul Rudd. Another example of perfect casting, I feel like. I think the movie itself, it's okay. I have it as like a mid-tier MCU, I think, but I love the character, and I think the humor really works for me. I think I don't think I saw this one right away. Actually, because I think my first introduction to Ant-Man as a character was in Civil War, and then I went back and watched this after the fact. But I think I like the setup of him just not necessarily being like a great person, like with the like being kind of like in and out of like trouble with like just with being in prison and then trying to redeem himself so he can still like have a relationship with his daughter and everything. I think just seeing that I really like it. It's just it's a really good. I feel like it's an easy rewatch for me because I mean Paul Rudd. I love Paul Rudd. I can't say a bad thing about him. Yeah, I don't know that I have too much else to say on this movie though.
Before
It's pretty mid tier.
Before going to Albert, I just wanted to call in just message that no riots today. Back to our winter sweat. So, all right, Albert.
Yeah, for the longest time, I think I still am. Like, I'm one of the biggest defenders of this film, just supporters of it, because when it's about to come out, no one in my school gives a shit about it. Like, the fuck is a guy that can control ants? What the shit is this? And I was like, this is the phase when I'm like really into comic books, and I've been reading a lot of stuff. I'm like, this is Ant-Man. It's gonna be awesome, guys. It's Paul Rudd. It's gonna be great. He's in shape. It's gonna be an awesome film. So ever since then, just the hype for me in the film and my love for it just like keeps piling on. I think it's really well done. Literally, it's a guy that controls ants and shrink, and it's an awesome character, and it's so much fun. It's heist film. They made it not. It's like, I mean, it's kind of different, even though it has similar vibe, but they're taking a different story, the heist aspect of it. I think everything is well done. The relationship with him and Cassie, the reasoning why Hank Pym is so hardened, and this the hope is also very well done in this. Villain's okay, but yeah, I think this film is funny. It's great. It's just a great introduction to the character. The music is great, and Paul Rudd really just makes this character work so well. And just the introduction, having Falcon here and getting beat up by an Ant-Man, that's so cool. It's so much fun. And yeah, it's again testament to a lot of the part why this thing works is literally Paul Rudd's performance in this film, embodying characters. So yeah, it's a great film.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's just kind of there. I think most people probably don't know how significant Ant-Man is in the comics. Like, he was one of the founding members of the Avengers. He's the one who created
Hank Pym.
Yeah, Hank Pym, not Scott Lang, but like Michael Douglas's character. But like, he was one of the founders. He created Ultron. He did a bunch of other stuff. He actually became Yellow Jacket.
Yeah, I mean, we see that in What If. So
yeah. So yeah, I think they did what they could with when they were actually introduced. And I think the result's decent. It's fun enough. I like Paul Rudd as Scott Lang. I think he does a good job. but I don't think there's really much in this movie that's memorable or interesting. It just kind of is. So I don't have a lot to say about it.
Okay, I guess we can rate this, Sarah.
I have it on B tier.
Albert.
I have it B tier as well, close to A, but B tier.
Aiden.
I said C tier.
Okay. I will put it in B tier then. At the end, at least, unless people want to put it higher, like above Captain America or
Also,
Iron Man.
can I just say the marketing for this film is so good. When they released the first teaser and it's like super small on YouTube, it's like, fuck, this is so I hate this so much, but I love it. I don't know if people remember that. That was literally the first teaser.
Yep.
All right, let's go to the next movie, Captain America: Civil War. Albert, starting with you.
All right, glad I started with this one. This is one of my favorites. It's such a great film, man. I know there's so much criticism about it, about the villain and everything, but it still works so well. The introduction to all the characters, they introduced Spider-Man and Black Panther in the Captain America film, and it works so well. And
It really does.
yeah, and it's literally we have an airport fight and a final fight, and it works. It's very different. The type of fight, the last fight, is just pretty much more emotional and heartbreaking. And I'm not saying the airport fight isn't heartbreaking, because it really is, especially with how the music works with Henry Jackman's score. You literally see a team split apart, and then like Vision fighting Wanda and everything, and sad. But it's in so many levels. This film just works in terms of the ensemble film, but also still exploring Captain America's as a character and the relationship with everyone. It just works so well. I don't really have anything bad to say about this film. It's just it's just so much fun. I still will never forget the moment when Ant-Man went big for the first time, and I was so happy about it, because I know he can in the comics and he never did it. And
That was spoiled by the toys.
the Lego, is it?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
there's
I
like
heard.
some sort of
Lego spoils
Yeah,
everything.
typical Marvel, getting everything spoiled by toys.
Yeah, but no. One of my favorite movie theater memories is because I saw this with my friends first, and I watched it with my parents. And I just remember the scene where Ant-Man's about to go big, and I was just looking at my dad and my mom. I want to see their reaction, and my mom was like so happy. I was like, "Oh my god, that's so cool! Like this is so great!" So yeah, I love it. I'll stop for now.
It's my second favorite film in the MCU. I love it so much. I'm very glad we actually have a group here who enjoys this film, so we can put it
Yes.
where it properly belongs.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that it was just really, really good. Yeah, like Albert said, the fact that they introduced two major characters in a believable way in an already crowded movie, and just did it so well, I think is remarkable. Yeah, like I like the dialogue. I think it feels like there's real stakes in the movie. I do kind of wish that Rhodey was paralyzed like forever. Like the fact that everything's okay by the end of the film is probably my biggest complaint with it, is that like even though it feels like there's stakes, there aren't. But yeah, I love just kind of the debate that goes on of like, not just of like, should superheroes be allowed to operate outside the law, but also like, do I stay loyal to my friend or to my family, essentially? Just with like his debate of whether or not to help Bucky or turn him in, sort of thing. Yeah, I think all the fights are very emotionally charged, which I feel like we don't have a lot of those in the MCU yet. Especially the final one between Bucky, Cap, and Iron Man, which is also just like a really cool choreographed fight as well. Like I think that it just looks cool. Yeah, I mean, I agree that Zemo's plan is kind of convoluted, and that like if a number of things didn't happen exactly the way that they did, it never would have worked. But I think in the context of the film, if you're not thinking too hard about that, it looks cool. It sounds cool. It works in the context of the film. And yeah, I think just all the battles are really good. Just kind of the scale of them. The acting's good. Music's great. Cinematography's good. I don't know. It's just a great film. It's just like it's the kind of the epitome of the sort of superhero films. You like go in and you want superhero action, you get superhero action. So I really like it.
Yeah.
All right, Sarah.
This is definitely my favorite Captain America movie. I remember seeing it in theaters. I think like you said, like the last fight is so like filled with so much emotion. I think I probably cried in theaters. I don't know, but I cry at a lot of movies pretty easily. But I think what I liked about that fight scene so much, it was like it showed that Captain America isn't like he isn't perfect, like that he does have his faults, and like sometimes we'll get blinded by like his goals, like by like protecting Bucky. Like he almost killed Iron Man because he was like so blinded by like just trying to protect Bucky and stay close to that friendship. And it's just I think also just like the conflict of like Aiden mentioned of should the superheroes be able to operate without government interference. I think I liked how they handled that and everything. And I think like a lot of the characters, their justifications for being involved and like how they were, it made sense to me. And I think it just all the characters that it introduced, they did that so well, and the characters that they were just building more on, I really liked how they were like what they did with Wanda, with Vision, just with everybody. I think it was just overall like a great movie for every character in it. And I think the fact that like it's already been mentioned by both of you guys, but with like how Black Panther and Spider-Man were introduced, but it did like they were big moments, but it didn't overshadow like the main point of the movie. Like I feel like it's just they somehow managed to just make it all work. And I think that's why like the Russo brothers like directed movies, because they all seem to have like a ton going on, but I feel like they do a really good job of balancing it all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a really entertaining movie.
Yeah. I remember how excited my theater was when the like Queens shows up on screen.
Yes.
Everyone in the theater start cheering.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just have another quick thought. One thing I have about the airport fight, which I didn't notice until recently because someone pointed out, is that it's shot in an airport, so the color grading is kind of dull compared to like the portal scene. It's like color grading this one is kind of dull, which I guess it's a good thing that they improve in portals. But aside from that, again, I couldn't remember if this is a video essay or if this is a podcast. But this is one of the best choreographed group fight scenes in the MCU, because it's not just fighting for the sake of fighting. Captain America's team had a mission, which is they're going to go to that Quinjet, and they're moving forward every single time, if without you even noticing it. But they're moving forward, trying to get to that Quinjet, and that's just like it's just so smart. It's like subtle details which you don't notice, but it really is. When you try to notice it, it's just well done choreographed and planned out.
Mm-hmm.
So so rating, my rating is an S tier.
Yeah, S tier.
S tier.
And I personally would put it above both the movies we have on S tier so far.
I would too.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
I have it in the middle, but you guys.
Overruled.
Yeah.
I forget who said it, but like I am glad that we have a group that likes Civil War as much, because I feel like a lot in the past I've been.
Can we?
Yeah,
I want
shut
to
up,
more in the minority.
After we complete our tier list, and I know we have a few extra films, can we just see what the other tier list is? I want to compare.
It's gonna be wildly different.
Yeah.
Let me.
We don't have to see it now.
Yeah, we don't have to.
At the very end.
I don't know how I'm supposed to go back to it, but we can
Pull up your letterboxed ranking.
Or on the YouTube. I can just open it on the YouTube after.
Actually, I can start screen and show it up at the end.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Andrew said he held back a lot of comments.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate
good
it.
for you, Andrew.
All right, well, let's go to the next movie, Doctor Strange. Aiden, what are your thoughts?
I really like the visuals in this film. I think that's by far and away the strongest aspect of it. I think just like all the magic and like kind of the world bending sort of effects and like the other alternate dimension stuff, visually it's very creative. There's definitely a lot of inspiration taken from like Jack Kirby's original sketches of like the dark dimension and all this stuff. So a lot of that looks really cool. I like Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange. I like Benedict Wong as Wong. I think that's so funny how that worked out.
Yeah.
Two Benedicts, and then Wong is also named after his character. Or his character, yeah. I really like Tilda Swinton as the Ancient One. I wasn't sure if I would or not going into it. I'm usually not a big fan of massive source material changes, but I think she did really well. I think she definitely made it her own, and so I really enjoyed that. I love Mads Mikkelsen, but he's got nothing to do here. He's Caecilius is not a very interesting villain.
Mhm.
And then I really, really didn't like Dormammu. Dormammu is just kind of a floating head that doesn't really do anything. Whereas in the comics, he's like a flame demon that's like terrifying to look at in some of the, depending on who's drawing him. And I don't think this movie even remotely captured that kind of terror and imagery that it could have been. It was just kind of a floating head that he just kind of gets killed by until Dormammu gets so bored. He's like, all right, I'll go away.
Dormammu, I've copped a bargain.
It's a very creative way
Love
to
that.
win, though.
Yeah,
It's
it's
very creative
it's
to win.
creative, but it's also boring.
It's not boring.
I think it's boring. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it wasn't for the incredible VFX stuff, then I don't think I would like it as much as I do. As is, I'd say it's mid-tier. It's good. But I don't think it's anything special, I guess. Like, I like it, but I don't like it a lot. Rachel McAdams is wasted as well. While we're on the subject of actors in here who have nothing to do.
Like, a lot of actors. Michael Stolberg is wasted.
Yeah. And then Mordo, I didn't really like that. I think Chiwetel Ejiofor does a decent job as Mordo. But again, that's like, I feel like almost every character in here is just massively different from their source material. And most of them, it's okay. Mordo, I don't think works as well. Mordo was never a good guy.
So yeah, maybe we'll see him turn more like his comic book character.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he was
the
like
end credits, they kind
the,
of tease that.
yeah, I know. But like he was like I think he's the first person Doctor Strange fights in like Doctor Strange's first comic. So he's never been a good guy. He's never been sympathetic. So like I can understand why they'd want to like set him up so that like maybe his next appearance is more impactful. But I don't think they're going to. Like I have a hard time imagining that he's going to show up in Doctor Strange 2, what with the multiverse and all that stuff going on.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he's just going to be like Ghost and Ant-Man and the Wasp, where maybe we'll see them again in like a Disney Plus show down the line, but they're clearly not a priority. So I think it's okay, I guess.
I think I definitely agree with that. Like, I'm not somebody who knows the source material, but like even just playing the Lego video games, I was confused when Mordo was being like branded as a good guy of sorts in the beginning of the movie. But I think this is definitely a movie that I've liked more on a rewatch, and I think it's because after like the events of like Infinity War and Endgame, Doctor Strange has kind of like shot straight up to like one of my favorite MCU characters. And I think like all my favorite characters now are just like all like the like magic people. Like I love that stuff. I don't know. But I think this movie it definitely has its weaknesses. I think, like you said, I agree. Rachel McAdams is very underused. The villain, once again, can just this is just a bad trend in the MCU, but like forgettable villain. But I love Doctor Strange as a character, and like I agree, it's just a very visually stunning movie. And then also the Dormammu I've come to bargain scene is just priceless. I love that scene.
Yeah, visually it's great. Like just the whole different Inception vibe, everything. It's so trippy. A little bit of advice: don't watch this in 3D. I watched it for the first time in 3D because someone told me it's better in 3D. I think my friend actually went to his astral plane literally while watching this. I don't know why he fell asleep. I think it went too trippy or he was tired, but he actually fell asleep in the middle of the film. But yeah, it's super trippy if you watch it in 3D. Anyway, visually it's good. MCU was not really brave enough to do extreme color grading until the film after this, which is Guardians 2. You can tell the color grading is so different in Guardians 2.
Mm-hmm.
And afterwards, the MCU just way more experimental with colors, and this one didn't, which I wish they did, because it would be a crazy element of it. But yeah, this is the first realm of mystic side to the MCU, which we haven't seen before. And I think Marvel Comics has a really deep mystic background, and I'm so excited to see what's coming next. But yeah, it's a good film. Benedict Cumberbatch. I was like Benedict Wong, not Wong. Cumberbatch is really good as Doctor Strange. Again, villain is okay, but I think just the whole world building and everything, it's just well done.
Okay. Aiden, let's hear your rating.
B.
I also have it in B tier.
I have it as B as well.
Okay.
B for bargain.
Where do we want to put this above Ant-Man?
Yeah, I'd put it above Ant-Man.
I don't really care. Those two movies are like it was hard for me to decide which one I liked more. So
honestly, I'd put it
below Ant-Man. But
I'd put it between Iron Man and Captain America: The First Avenger.
I still think Captain America should be above Iron Man, though.
So do I. But I think we'll just put it above Ant-Man then.
It's fine.
It works.
I think just because Aiden would rather put it above The First Avenger, I think we'll just like
it's fine.
put it in the middle. So, okay. Sarah, let's go to you for the next movie, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
I'm not a big fan of this movie. I remember seeing it in theaters, and I think it probably didn't help that I didn't see it right away. So the theater I was in was like pretty empty. And I feel like a lot of the reason why I like certain movies more is just the theater experience with the MCU, at least. But I don't know. I think it like it's not like it's bad. It's not my thing. I don't really like Kurt Russell in this movie. I don't know. I do like Nebula. I like how they start featuring Nebula a lot more because she's also just a really interesting character, in my opinion. And I like how I know the end credits aren't really part of the movie, but like I just like all the different scenes, and then also Yondu. That scene, sad, but yeah, I don't really. This is solid mid tier for me. Like I don't really like it, but like it's not like it's a terrible movie. I don't know. Guardians of the Galaxy, just in general, it's never been like my favorite group of characters in the MCU. So I think it's just their movies are just kind of there for me. They don't stand out in any like spectacular way.
This film It's a lot of fun, good music, as we mentioned earlier. I really love the color grading in this one. It's just it pops out so well. But aside from that, it's I think there is too much, and this is the same way as I feel upon rewatch. I feel the same way. There is too much jokes going on, and it just doesn't expand the story too much. It's a very interpersonal story, obviously, but then at the end of the day, the character developments, except for Nebula, I guess Nebula's character development stays and Rocket stays, but like everything else is not much because what Quill got celestial powers, and it's gone by the end of the film. So okay, um, it's like yeah, it's a good. The Yondu arc is great, but aside from that, I just don't think the movie works as well, especially comparing to the first one. I think the first one have a good mix of like the comedy and the drama. This one relies too heavily on the comedy, and it sort of doesn't work as well. So yeah, that's my opinion on it.
I went to see this one in theaters, having not liked the first one. I was not expecting to like this one, and I loved it. And I still think this one's way better than the first Guardians.
Wow.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah, I know. I think the humor is way better in this one. I don't like the humor in the first Guardians. I think there's almost no jokes that actually land for me in the first one, and in this one, I was laughing a lot. I love Drax. I know
You
all
like
of his.
you like the massively huge turd joke.
I know most of Drax's jokes are about his dick, but I think it's pretty funny still.
It's sensitive.
They work for a reason.
Yeah, color's much better. Again, great soundtrack. Ego is way more interesting to watch than Ronin, and I think that's a lot because of just how charismatic Kurt Russell is. So I like Kurt Russell, and I liked watching him as Ego. I think all of the characters in here get a lot more character development. Like Rocket connects with Yondu and kind of expands on that. Nebula and Gamora have that fight and kind of realize what they were both missing from each other's relationships. Peter gets contact with his dad and kind of that whole fallout. I guess Groot doesn't really have any character development, but he also doesn't have much of a character. So
he's also just a fucking tree.
Yeah. I really like I think the soundtrack again, excellent.
Mhm.
Score is excellent. I just think this one worked way better for me. I wish that I liked the first one as much as this one, but yeah.
Okay. Sarah, what is your rating?
Probably C tier, but probably on the lower end for me. I'd put it above Age of Ultron though.
Oof.
Albert?
It's also a C tier for me. It's still rewatchable enough. I just don't think it's as well made as some of the other ones.
Aiden?
S.
Yes.
Really?
I love this movie.
I have it at A.
Based on your argument, I'm not surprised that you put it as an S. But yeah.
Wait, so you have an S and an A and two C's. Where does that bring it down to? Is that like a low A or a high B?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Somewhere in the middle.
I don't think it belongs on A tier. Yeah, I feel like
think
if we have
we
two
can
people with a C, I don't think
compromise
that. I feel like if we have two people that have it in the C tier, I don't think it should be any higher than B,
Okay.
even if it's a higher B tier.
We can do a high B tier.
Okay.
Okay.
High B. Let's see. I'll put it here, and we can decide whether we want to put it below or.
I think the first Iron Man's better.
Okay. If Aiden thinks it's better, then I think we can do that.
Because Aiden also have Iron Man as an S.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean I have them both as an S, but
yeah,
I have
exactly.
I have Iron Man as a higher S.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can compromise with that.
Yeah.
Okay. let's move on to the next movie, Spider-Man: Homecoming, starting with Albert.
Spider-Man: Homecoming. First of all, I'm so glad this is not another origin story because after 2 films, especially if you try to binge it, it takes a toll on you. It's the same thing over and over. But yeah, I'm glad it's not origin story. Vulture is a great villain. It's funny how the best Iron Man villains are not in an Iron Man movie because Vulture and Mysterio are doing the best ones in Iron Man films.
Those
but
are
yeah,
Spider-Man villains.
yeah, but their origin comes from
Oh, I see.
It's come from hating Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. No, but it's a good high school story. I like his friendship with Ned, and just like again, Michael Keaton as Vulture is you explore his motivation really well, and it's great. It's great in that sense. There's the high school part of it is a lot of fun. The decathlon. Talking about 3D, the scene in the Washington Monument is great in 3D. You actually sense the height in that one. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah. But aside from that, I love the scene with Michael Keaton in the car when he realized when he realized and Peter realized what's happening. It's so tense. It's insane.
Spider-Man.
It's so tense. It's so good. But yeah, it's just a lot of fun. It's so you got the boyish charm of Spider-Man, yet the responsibility. There is not the stakes are a moderate okay stakes. You don't really feel it weighing, which maybe is like one weakness of it is like it don't really feel the weight of the stakes in a way. I don't know if it's not presented well enough or something. But yeah, I just love that the Turdaki doesn't even use his suit and it comes back to the original one. It's come back to his roots to show him as a character. And yeah, that scene was like when he's talking to Tony after the boat ride. He's like, "Oh, if you really care, you'd be here." And then he come out. Like, oh shit! Well, you fucked up, kid. Go ahead, Aiden.
Yeah, I think this is the first and only movie that's actually nailed the character of both Peter and Spider-Man in the same film. Like I don't particularly care for the Raimi Spider-Man films, any of them. I think Tobey Maguire's terrible. Yep, that's my controversial opinion. Andrew Garfield, I don't think is a very good Peter, even though I think he's a good Spider-Man. But even then, I think in both cases, the actors are just way too old to be playing a high schooler.
Yeah.
And so I think that Tom Holland really nails it. I think he's an excellent casting choice. Yeah, I love how it's a movie that it's quintessential Spider-Man. It's like him worrying about his grades and his friendships and like not really having end of the world stakes sort of thing. It's a relatable character. It's the relatable character. I think Spider-Man is the reason Marvel became so popular. It's because it really pushed this idea of like anyone can be a hero and they have our problems. And so I think this movie really excels at that. Yeah, I agree completely. I think the car ride with Vulture where they're both like dancing around the issue, I think it's so good. It's so well written and well acted that you're so invested in seeing what happens from that. And yeah, I mean, I love, like, I especially love the scene where like Spider-Man's trapped under all the rubble and he realizes that no one's going to be there to help them, and he has to do it himself, and where he just kind of becomes the hero there and stops relying on Iron Man and others to save him when he messes up. Yeah, I think it just does it so well of like going from the start of the hero to him actually really becoming Spider-Man. And yeah, I'm also very glad that it doesn't do the Uncle Ben thing for a third time. It's just like, yeah, you know what happens. We're just going to move on. So I did appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, music is excellent. I think this is one of the more memorable scores in the MCU. I think. Yeah, everyone in here is really good. My biggest complaint, I guess, is Zendaya. I don't like her performance as MJ. I don't like that that's supposed to be MJ. I know it's not like the MJ, but like by the second movie, it's very clear that she's supposed to be. And I don't know. I don't get it. I don't like her character at all.
Not even in the second movie.
Not even in the second movie, no. She's just like the depressed emo person that I don't really see why Peter likes her at all.
That's why I like her character.
She's just annoying.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is. I like the Black Dahlia because of the murders. Okay, grow up. I don't. She's my biggest complaint with the movie, but luckily she's not in it all that much. But yeah, I think everyone else, fantastic job. Very funny. It's just a feel-good movie.
Yeah, I think.
Did we lose Sarah?
I think so.
Am I good now?
There you are. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with everything that's been said except for what Aiden said about Zendaya. I do enjoy her character, but I tend to enjoy those like emo depressed like type characters. I don't really know why, but I do. I think one thing that I always like about this movie is like he has a pretty small role, but every single time I watch this movie, I manage to forget that Donald Glover's in it, and I love Donald Glover. So like it's always like a happy surprise every time I watch it. And it's like, oh, he's in this. But yeah, I think it's a great way. I think it's a great way of giving him more background in the MCU without it being the origin story. But I think at like this point in the MCU, I feel like at least in the Infinity Saga, it's kind of hard to do origin stories and have them really be, I feel like, just really good instead of being repetitive, because at this point most characters have been set up and it's more just building towards like Infinity War and Endgame. But yeah, I don't think I really have anything else I can add that hasn't already been said, but I love this movie.
And this is the first time Liz Allen has been on like movie screen, right? It's like,
oh yeah.
Yeah. She's a pretty big character in the comics. I guess like from the early comics. Like she's in a lot of comic books. So.
Yeah, I mean this is the first time Nat Leeds was also in the big screen. So yeah, and
Wasn't he made for this movie?
No, Nat Leeds. Well, the character is very different in comics.
Yeah.
He's a villain in the comics.
Hobgoblin.
He's a hobgoblin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
they sort of mesh. Miles Morales.
It's Miles Morales' friend Ginkgo, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So you mix those together, basically.
I thought that they were just doing Miles's friend. I forgot that he's supposed to be a hobgoblin. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see it in the next one. It's the secret sixth villain in the Spider-Man film.
Yeah.
All right. Ratings, Albert.
A tier.
Aiden?
S.
I have this an A tier.
We'll put in A. And then
so disappointing.
Before or higher than Guardians or lower?
Higher than
I would say above Guardians for sure.
Sure. I don't mind it.
Yeah. Andrew in the comics is Genki is Miles' friend in the comics, and they draw influence from him for Ned. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One last comment. The scene where the Lego Death Star gets broken, heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. That scene hurts.
Yeah, I actually own that Lego Death Star, and it took me three days to put it together, or like 9 hours. So I fully appreciate just how sad that was that broke. I hope they did it in one take because
Oh,
That'd
That would be
oh my God.
awful.
it'd be a long time to put that back together.
Could you imagine though
it's
that
a
be your
big
job on the
film.
movie is building a Lego set?
It's the intern's job.
Mhm.
Doesn't even have to look. It doesn't even have to be correct. Just make it look vaguely like the picture.
Okay. Let's go to the next movie, Thor Ragnarok. Aiden, let's start with you.
I keep starting with the ones that I have the controversial opinion about. It's fine. I know it's most people's like top 5. I don't think it's anywhere near that good. It's okay. I like Taika, but I feel like almost all of my least favorite movies, or at least a number of my least favorite movies, are established directors doing a franchise film. Like Shane Black, I really like all of his other movies, but I don't like Iron Man 3. Taika, I like all his other movies. I don't like Thor Ragnarok very much. I don't know why that is. But I think he tries to fit too much into it. I don't even think he does enough from either storyline to actually call it an adaptation, but there's Planet Hulk and Thor Ragnarok in here. And I don't think he does either of them even close to justice. I think Taika has a tendency to not let you sit in a sad moment, and he just interrupts it with a joke, like kind of constantly. It's like the biggest one I can think of is Piss Off Ghost. It's like that's an actually like sad moment you're kind of sitting in, and then he just runs in there. He's like, "Piss off, Ghost." It's like, okay, thanks, Taika. I don't think this movie is particularly funny. I think it's okay. Like everything about it is just mediocre to me. I love Planet Hulk and the story in the comics, and this just kind of butchers that. It's not even like really trying to adapt it, I guess. It just takes some elements it likes from it, changes them a bunch. Like Korg and Meek in the comics are badass, like terrifying warriors, and in here they're like comic relief that are just kind of useless. Soundtrack good. I mean, Immigrant Song playing when he's beating up everyone, excellent. But I don't know. Warriors 3 go out really easily. Hella's just not interesting. Surtur's not interesting. Grandmaster's doing something. I don't know what it is, but he's just kind of there. I don't know. This movie for me is just like it's just a whole lot of there. It's just it exists. It's not fun for me to watch. It's not funny. It's not enjoyable, but it's not bad. And I can't really put my finger on why I don't care for it, but I don't care for it. I think it's about as mediocre as you can get.
Can I bring up Andrew's comment saying tonal consistency is important, but Guardians of the Galaxy
because that one's funny throughout. That one's jokes actually land.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It does. True.
The only joke I can think of in all of Thor Ragnarok that's even a little funny is "Get Help," and I guess the story where Thor's talking about how he got turned into a snake, or how Loki turned into a snake. That's kind of funny. Just Chris Hemsworth delivery. I do like that they made Chris Hemsworth more humorous than Dark
He's a good
World.
comedic actor.
Yeah.
So like I do appreciate it for that. I do appreciate that they changed Thor's character enough that he basically has permission to be the funny one, and it's a lot more enjoyable seeing him in future movies because of this movie. So I did appreciate that. But yeah, for most of it, I was just like, I don't know, this is just boring.
He's actually a good character now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think part of the reason I like this movie as much as I do is just because I really like it. I know you don't, Aiden, but like I think it's like finally got a decent Thor movie, and I really liked the humor in it. I really liked how Taika Waititi handled it, but yeah, I don't really have any sort of attachment to the source material. Like I said, I don't really know it, so like I don't really know how different it is. And I think that's definitely understandable. Like if you don't like it as much because it just takes something and like kind of butchers it. But from what I know about it, I really enjoyed it. I really like Korg. I also really like Valkyrie, seeing that, and also just like at the end, you see like more like redemption from Loki, but then like just at the end, like just enough temptation with the Tesseract. He's like just he loves that Tesseract, and I think that's just it sets up. And I want to talk about Infinity War yet, but like it sets that up, and it's just I think I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a really entertaining movie, and I was glad that they finally gave Thor a good solo movie.
Okay. Yeah. The journey of me and this film has been kind of a roller coaster. First time I saw it in theater, I really, really liked it. I liked it a lot. That it was well done in terms of the comedy, in terms of the story. It's so much fun, and I am familiar with the source material, but I wasn't bothered to it by much. But the fact that they change a lot of it, I think it works pretty well. Second time I watched it, I really disliked the film because of the fact of the comedy cuts off every single emotional moments. I was with Aiden the second time I watched it. I was like, God, it ruins the vibes. They just put jokes on jokes. The Warriors 3 die, don't give a shit about it. Oh, Asgard destroyed. It's okay. Oh, and they just make a joke of it. Oh, it's okay. The foundation is still there. Oh, never mind. It's like that bothered me a lot at that point. But then the third time I watch it, I really liked it again. I think it just works again. The comedy just works really well. So I don't know. It's such a roller coaster. But at the end of the day, I liked it more than I disliked it. I think it's so much fun. Literally, the opening scene of like, I bet you're wondering how I got here and everything. And then like when Surtur is like, Thor, son of Odin, Surtur, son of a bitch. It's out of nowhere. It's so funny. But yeah, it's like Hela is a great character. I think despite all the comedy, they handle Odin's death really well in this one. There's also great comedic moments, as everyone have said. One of my favorite, but I still cannot believe that they actually do it in this film because I sort of see it coming because I can sense Taika's style, but I was like, they're not gonna do it. It's when Hulk is about to jump and like you're gonna see who I am, and then jump, and it's like, oh, he's not gonna transform, but there's no way they do it. They just land on the ground like literally for a moment, and then the wolf just stare at it. I'm like, wow, they actually did that. That's crazy. So yeah, but yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's kind of weird that we have 2016's Ghostbuster to thank for this movie, and I think that's a phrase no one has ever said before because before that, no one really knows Chris Hemsworth can do comedy, and he was pretty funny in 2016 Ghostbusters, and I feel like they sort of try to lean into his comedies because of that. So yeah.
He was pretty funny in Cabin in the Woods.
It's okay, but it's not
That's
like
right.
full comedic. Mm-hmm. Also, the Team Thor short, good stuff. If you have never seen it,
Oh yeah,
go Daryl.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
All right, Aiden, let's go to your rating.
C.
Sarah,
I have it in A tier.
Albert.
I have it in S tier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that based on some of your comments about it.
Dude, my opinions changed drastically. I don't know, but like compared to all the other ones, this is one of the best made ones.
I do agree with that.
And yeah, in retrospect.
I think this is a B tier, but not sure how are we gonna average this? So we put in A, I think.
So what do
I
we
say
have?
either-
I have an S, C, A, and B.
I say either
Yeah.
high B or low A.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like in the
it
middle
have to
there.
be between one of the two. Between one of them.
Yeah.
We can put it in low A. That's fine.
Okay, I'll put it here then.
No problem with that.
I know I'm the weirdo for not liking this as much as everyone.
Okay, so we go to the next movie, Black Panther. So
Starting
Sarah.
on this. Okay, I'm sorry. I love this movie. I think I very vividly remember when I watched this last time. I sensed like something to Matthew. I was like, every time I watch this movie, it switches between 10 out of 10 and like 9 out of 10 for me. It's like, I love the movie. Killmonger, love that character. It makes me sad, like the way they ended, but I feel like, especially with Chadwick Boseman, unfortunately dying. And not really nobody kind of really knowing the direction they're going to go in with the sequel. I think that makes it a little harder to watch, and knowing that they can't have it's going to be incredibly difficult to go back and be like, oh no, Killmonger's still alive, he's going to come back now. So like, I think that's what makes me sad about it. But I think part of the reason I do enjoy it is Chadwick Boseman does a phenomenal job. I think it's just a new world, and like it's just a whole new world that we're not used to in the MCU yet. And I just really enjoy the character, and just like I like Shuri, I like all of them, and it's just, I think the one spot where the movie kind of loses me a bit is like the part where they're in, is it South Korea that they go to?
Busan.
Yeah, I think that's like I think that sequence is like the part where it loses me a little bit, but overall, like I really enjoy this movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I still think Killmonger is the best written MCU villain, one of the best written MCU characters. So that's just a strong point. This film has so many strong characters that sort of in a way T'Challa is put in a back seat in terms of his character, how his character was written. But that's because we already sort of know T'Challa, and like his core is already there, and they introduced so many characters, and all of them are really well done. And just the world building, the music is good. They deserve all the Oscars that they got nominated and won for. Costume, music, everything. That's the creation of Wakanda. It looks so fantastic. When I first watched this film, I was pretty lukewarm on it. I liked it. I didn't love it. In case some of you don't know, I wrote a paper on this for a class, and I watched this film like insane amount of times. I analyzed it so many times, and my appreciation for it is off the roof. There's just so many details that they put into this film, and just like on the screenplay level, it's so well done of what they're trying to explore, the different of just the characters and everything. I can go on a rant, which I won't, but it's just everything is orchestrated to the minute details of it. The relationship between Shuri and T'Challa is one of my favorite relationships in there, just the sibling of it. And yeah, it's just it's so well done. Just everything is just constructed to the minute details, just so well. The weakest part is the third act fight, but I'm not too bothered by that because everything else is just so overpowering. So yeah.
Aiden?
This is bottom tier MCU for me. I'll be honest. I like this less than Thor: The Dark World.
That's borderline offensive.
It's because I'm racist, obviously. No, I hate how that went around every time anyone didn't like this film. It's so boring. And like, yeah, they introduced so many new characters, but none of them do anything. Like, you could chop out Nakia from the story and nothing would change. You could largely cut out Everett Ross and very little would change because it's like he's not important. He's not really integral to anything. It's a story about T'Challa and about Killmonger, and I don't really know why he's there. Music, fantastic. Costumes, fantastic. Agree with that. Those are definitely the strongest aspects of it. I feel like the script is really weak. I think is my biggest problem is that it goes on too long, and what's there isn't particularly compelling, I guess. Like, I like Michael B. Jordan's performance of Killmonger. I don't think his character like makes a good argument for what he wants to do. He seems kind of all over the place, but it seems like his end goal is to start a race war. Okay. I guess if he just assumes that everyone on the planet is gonna be like, yeah, let's kill them all. I think there's so many holes in his plan and in everyone's plan. I think the movie's just full of plot holes. The whole Korea section, I don't think adds anything to it. The CGI looks like poop. it's so bad. It's like a
It's only on the Kodak though. That's not that good.
It's like a PS2 cutscene. Like all of the Korea fight, it just looks bad, and that like highway chase, the final fight looks really awful. Like I don't know why they didn't just stick with the suit from Civil War, because that one looked really cool, and instead they like did it's. I mean, the end fight is just like this ugly CGI mess, and then they kill Killmonger, so he can't even really continue on. I don't know. There's just like there's so little about this film that I think works, beyond like purely production based things like music and costumes. Like the story is just it's not gripping. The characters aren't that interesting outside of Killmonger, and it doesn't really feel like it has much stakes. So yeah, I definitely don't think it ever should have been even in the consideration for Best Picture or half the other stuff it was nominated for. But I think it's okay. It's not very good, but it's not awful either. I'd put it at like low C tier if I had to.
Andrew says that music alone means it can't be bottom tier. And
I have so much
John
comment
says,
on it, but I can go for hours. Aiden, I'm gonna send you my paper. Read it. Maybe it will change your mind.
Okay. Yes. Please send me your paper. I would like to like this. I would like to like this more than I do, but I don't.
Because literally, the thing that you mentioned, I read about and I thought over. Basically, everything that you mentioned is like why I think it's so good. It's like so that's why it's so tonal opposites. But yeah, I'm not gonna get into it.
I know. It didn't work for me. I think it was just really, really mediocre. So I don't know.
All right. So Aiden, you said C tier.
Bottom of C tier, yeah.
Sarah?
I have this as S tier.
Albert?
This is S tier.
Okay.
Or did you put it, Matthew?
So
I had it as A.
It's probably
we have two S.
Yeah.
So it's probably a high A then.
Yeah. I'll put it here, and then we can decide how.
No.
Yeah,
I would. If it
I
is
agree with this.
No, it is not better than Homecoming.
It is better than Homecoming.
It is not.
I will never speak to either of you ever again.
I think it's not as good as Homecoming, so I don't know how.
I mean, both me and Albert agree though that it should be above Homecoming, I guess, but I don't know.
Me and Matthew think it's below.
You also think this movie's bad, so like I don't.
I think that like because he thinks it's bad, it should like lower it. You know, at least we should like compromise and lower it.
Yeah. I mean, I disagree on this ranking, but it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Are you okay with this, Aiden?
That's fine. I don't care. I knew I was going to be outvoted as soon as you two got excited about Black Panther.
Okay, so then
Before we move on to Black Panther, I just want a fun fact. Do you guys know what they call Martin Freeman and what's his name? Andy Serkis on set? What nickname they call him?
White
It's so
boy.
funny. They call him the Tolkien White Boys. Because I'm wondering. It's like, hey, where's the Tolkien White Boys at?
Love that.
all right. Well, like Albert said, we're moving on to Black Panther. Actually, Infinity War. Albert.
Infinity War. Infinity War is great. People have said so many great stuff about it, so I don't want to repeat. Not on this podcast, but everywhere else. So I don't want to repeat it too much. It's just it's villain centric. Again, Killmonger, Thanos, top 2 MCU villains. Super well done. The tone is really dark, which I very appreciate because it pays off in Endgame. And the fact that we never see Captain America and Iron Man team up in this one, that's really interesting detail. They still manage to, it's super dark, but they still manage to have comedy and they balance it quite well tonally. The Thor entering Wakanda scene will never be not awesome. It's always going to be awesome. And yeah, there's just handling all the characters, and it works so well. And the snap, I'll never forget the theater moment during the snap. The only thing that bothers me about it in terms of theater experiences after watching the snap and the credits roll, I was sitting there for a while, I was contemplating what was happening. And then Kenneth, you guys know Kenneth. Kenneth was just like staring at me, just shaking me violently, super aggressively. Dude, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, God damn it! I'm trying to take everything in. Why are you doing this? But yeah, it's so well done. It's heartbreaking every time seeing everyone just vanish and Wanda having to destroy Vision and pays off in WandaVision. It's all so great. So yeah.
Aiden?
Yeah, this is the best film in the MCU and my second favorite film ever out of any movie. I don't think there's anything I can adequately say here to express just how much I love this movie. I saw it 5 times in theaters. Maybe that'll be some indication. Yeah, it's incredible. It's an incredible achievement in like writing and directing and acting and just managing so many gigantic complex pieces and aligning all these actors' schedules and making all these character interactions that feel genuine and they work. And music's fantastic, visuals look great. I mean, I love Thanos, like his characterization in here. He gets more screen time than any of the heroes, and I think it's necessary. Yeah, I think just everything about this movie works so well. Yeah, I mean, I love that they ended it the way that they did, like, you know, very Empire Strikes Back kind of downer ending where like the villain wins and you just kind of have to sit there with that. And like, you know, they're going to win eventually and they're going to come back in the next film and undo it all. It's a superhero film. Of course they will. But like in that moment, as you're walking out of the theater, you're like, wow, I can't believe they did it. And yeah, I think there's few films that kind of were so prevalent in pop culture as The Snap. You know, everyone knew how that movie ended, and it's just like, I don't think I can't think of any part of that movie that I don't like or I think should be shorter or cut. I think it works really well all throughout the entire thing. So I don't know. I don't think I need to defend this one super hard, just because it's. I mean, if you've seen the movie, I would hope that you like it.
Yeah. John is asking if these movies in the individual tiers are also ranked, and yes, they are, John. So.
So this movie, the thing that I appreciate the most is that Disney did not shy away from like the shock factor. Like they did not hesitate to kill off people. Like, and the fact that they had the villain win in the end, I think that I really appreciated that they actually ended up doing that. Like I said, with like the shock value, it doesn't wear off for me upon rewatches. I still cry just as much as I did the first time. Like literally, like the entire last 30 minutes of the movie, I'm just like bawling the whole time. Uh, like I remember when I saw this in theaters, the first time I saw it like a day early. And it was like a huge theater, but like not that many people because of like what the showing was, and it's just the reaction is just everybody around is like we could just hear like everybody saying like what the fuck is happening, like all that, and then seeing it in like a full like sold out like theater the next day, just seeing everybody's reactions, like it was just, and then just like I don't think I've ever seen a theater be like that silent at the end of a movie, like where it's like that large scale like of a movie. It was just, I think everybody was just in shock, and it was just such a well done movie, and like everybody that I had mentally prepared to see die in the movie, they were all the ones that lived. All the ones that died were the people I wasn't expecting, even though they just come back in Endgame for the most part. I think it's just I love this movie so much. It's like it was such a well done movie.
Okay. Albert, what's your rating then?
S, easy.
Top of S.
Yeah, I'd say top of S also.
Okay, let's put it at the top of S then.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. Next movie, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Aiden, go to you first.
Yeah, when I saw this in theaters, I really liked it. On rewatches, liked it less. I know a lot of people hate this movie. I think it's okay. It's about the level of the first Ant-Man for me, I think. Honestly, I could interchange either of them. I like the humor. I I I think it can go on a little too long, and it can be a little frustrating to have a movie like right after Infinity War that really doesn't matter, I guess. Like it literally nothing in this movie carries over or really has many stakes outside of like the post-credit scene. Um, so that can be a little frustrating. I think, yeah, they introduce a lot of characters in here that feel like they just don't matter. And like all the resolutions for everyone is very frustrating. It's like, hey, they find Michelle Pfeiffer and she's still alive. And what has she been eating down there? I have no idea. And she's back and she has magic powers and she cures Ghost. How does she do that? I don't know. But Ghost is okay now. I don't know. There's just like a lot of very weird, convenient ending things. Like it was fun. It was a fun palate cleanser after Infinity War, and I think that's all it was really trying to be. But as like a movie by itself, it's not very strong. And like I like Paul Rudd, I like Evangeline Lilly and Michael Douglas, but I don't think it's a very interesting or compelling movie, even though it has some fun to be had in it.
All right. Sarah.
I think I agree with a lot of what was said. I think the villain I didn't like Ghost. I think I also was just kind of annoyed by towards the end by how it was literally just focused on like chasing the lab, and it's just I don't know. I just found a lot of the movie to be kind of annoying, but it does have some redeeming qualities to me. It's like also just like Paul Rudd as Ant-Man is just also just always good. But then I also loved the introduction of Jimmy Woo, legend. Love that guy. Uh, I think part of the reason that I like this a little bit more than some of like the stuff I have it ranked above is just because I really like the humor. Like, I don't think it was overdone. I think I didn't see it like immediately like when it came out though, so I think that probably helps. It wasn't like I was going straight from Infinity War to this. So, but yeah, I definitely understand the criticisms of it, but I do think it has a few redeeming qualities.
Yeah, all the things to echo all of you guys. All the things that I like is pretty much like what you guys said. The Wasp finally getting to suit up, which is cool. Everything that I dislike is exactly like what you said. I think the villains are weak. Michelle Pfeiffer being a Deus Ex Machina, literally just healing the ghosts, is like kind of ridiculous. And I do like the humor and everything. Um, I like Scott's relationship with Cassie a lot in this film, which makes me kind of sad that we're never gonna see their interaction again because they recast and it's an adult Cassie now.
Well, she's older now, so yeah.
I'm gonna miss that relationship for sure because it's one of the strongest parts. I like how creative they get with the shrinking, although it bothered me a lot because they set the science in the first movie and literally the science does not add up at all in the second movie. If you think about it, it doesn't make sense. So that bothered me a lot because the science is one of my favorite parts of the first one. But yeah, aside from that, it's okay. It's fun. It's okay.
C.
Sarah?
I have it like upper D tier.
Albert?
I have it at a D tier.
I have it as C.
Not enough Baba Yagas, you know. You gotta put it
Not enough David.
The truth serum. That's pretty funny.
It is not the truth serum. There's no such thing as a truth serum.
So should we put it bottom C or top of D?
Okay.
Bottom C is fine.
Yeah, I'm good with bottom C.
Okay, bottom C then. All right, well, let's go to the next movie, Captain Marvel. Starting with Sarah.
I don't like this movie. I really don't. I wish I did, but I really, really don't. I just found it pretty boring. It's just I don't know. I skipped this movie on my rewatch just because I was kind of dreading having to rewatch it. It's one of my least favorite. I like Captain Marvel as a character. I just think the movie was incredibly boring, and I don't really know that I can even say much more than that. It's very, very forgettable, and especially for how strong Captain Marvel is supposed to be. I feel like they could have done her character more justice and given her a better movie, but they didn't. So hopefully the sequel's better.
John says he's going to go enlist in the Air Force now.
Higher, further, faster.
Oh my god.
Yeah, tagline's good. The tagline of the film is good. The film is not that good. The screenplay is really weak. The directing is also really poor. It's just really bland. And I mean, UDH Nick Fury, cool. He's walking very slowly up the stairs and hitting people because it's still Samuel L. Jackson's 60-year-old man trying to do action sequence. So it doesn't really work out that well. I like the comedy, but aside from that, it's not much. Brie Larson is a good casting for Captain Marvel, obviously. But yeah, it's not much redeeming factors about this. It's just kind of there. I think Marvel, none of their stuff that are prequel, and when I say prequel, I mean in terms of timeline when it's released and they set a story in the past, it never worked. Like Black Widow, it doesn't work as well. Which we will get to, but yeah, it's just there.
Are you done, Albert?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't. It's there's nothing much about it.
Yeah, for me, this is the worst in the MCU, and it's not even by a close margin. It's like way down at the bottom. I'm usually okay if Marvel strays a little bit from the source material, if they can make it fit, as long as they, in their current universe, as long as they keep kind of the spirit of the character, I guess. this is the only movie I can think of where they straight up spit on the source material. And it's just like, there's nothing in here that feels even a little bit like what it should be. Like from how she gets her powers to just like ruining Captain Marvel, to just making her an emotionless, just boring character.
That's a horrible decision.
Yeah, it's just like everything about this movie is terrible. And they just have so many ridiculous retcons that just hurt the overall franchise, like how Nick Fury loses his eye, or how he gets the Avenger initiative from her call sign. Her call sign in the comics was cheeseburger, to be clear, but
Wow.
we can't put that in the movie. Yeah, it's just,
Iron Man is already related to cheeseburgers.
yeah. I don't know. It's yeah, it's embarrassingly bad for almost the entire runtime. I think it's just such weak script. The acting is not very good, and I can't tell if that's from the directing or
That's the
just
directing.
or it's just from like the script. They're trying to read these clunky wooden sounding lines as best they can. Like, I don't blame any of the actors in here for how badly the characters turn out, but man, did they turn out bad. The only one I can think of who's even a little enjoyable to watch is Nick Fury, but that's just because it's Samuel Jackson. I don't think he could do it badly if he tried. Yeah, I mean, it's the action scenes are really clunky too. They're too quick cutty, and you can't really see what's going on. And yeah, it feels like it's just kind of inserted in there. But yeah, it's a prequel story, so you're like, well, why wasn't she around for anything? Like, I never bought that she was supposed to be the most powerful person in the MCU, like they kept promoting. Like, I don't think that's earned. I don't think that's shown. I don't think there's any part of this movie that made me feel like there's any reason that she should be. Yeah, it's like she doesn't know how to use her powers for most of the movie until suddenly she does. It's like she's falling to her death, and suddenly she can fly.
It's a screenplay.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The screenplay is so bad that no aspect of the movie makes any sense. But then they have to move on with that screenplay to the other movies. So now, like in Endgame, it felt like she was sidelined because this movie's so bad and they don't really know what to do with her, because they never really define what she can do in this movie, or even really how she got her power. It's all very confusing.
There's no style to this film too.
Yeah, it's so boring to watch. And yeah, and again, like, another thing about the screenplay, Skrulls being good guys, hate that they've
It's
never
just
been
those
good.
scrolls. It's not every scroll.
I didn't mind that.
Not like
The Skrulls have never been good guys in the entirety of Marvel comics.
it's just that collection. It's just that group. It's not like every scroll is.
Well, this movie made it seem like it was every Skrull.
Because we're gonna see secret
we're so-
invasions. I'm sure like we're gonna see like scrolls, that are
Right.
bad guys. So it's not like
I know. I was hoping we would get a secret invasion movie, but then after this movie came out, I was like, well, that's probably not happening. And I know they're doing a Disney Plus show. I really don't have any hopes for it. I don't know. I think there's so few films I think this is the only film in the MCU where I don't like any aspect of it at all. Like, all the other ones, I'm like, yeah, most of this is bad or it annoys me, but like, there's a couple good things. There's nothing for this one. I think this is just a bad movie.
John saying your Aiden is based.
Yeah.
Also, just gotta bring up the orange cat counter to 1.
Yes, orange cat.
Technically, it's not a cat.
No, that's
I
not.
don't care.
But
For the purpose of the orange cat counter, it's an orange cat.
Okay.
Goose is played by an orange cat. So
Yes. That's the redeeming quality of this movie for me.
So, all right, let's go to ratings then.
I have it in D tier.
It's a
Nope.
D as well for me.
Aiden,
Bottom of F.
It's an,
it's an F for me as well. So
I don't know where we put
Oh.
it.
I don't know where we put this. Bottom D, top of F, or I don't know.
I don't care either way. It doesn't make much of a difference.
All right, Albert, you decide. I don't know.
I'm gonna fight for it for a D just because I think it's better than Iron Man 2. But it's
Okay, I guess you think it's better than Iron Man 2.
All right, bottom of D.
Okay, well, we'll go to the next movie, Avengers Endgame. Albert, you start.
Yep. Just so that we don't go along on this. Everyone has already talked about this. Greg's everything is well done. I like the time travel aspect of it. It's creative. They killed off Thanos in the first few minutes. Did not see that coming. First time watching it, I was like, oh shit, what are they gonna do now? Time jump 5 years later. Awesome stuff. But yeah, it's really well done. Portals fight scene, great. It's heartbreaking every time. Whenever you see Natasha dies. But yeah, the ending is really well done. How they wrap up Tony Stark's arc and Captain America's arc, and just still setting up everything at the same time. It's the best MCU film in my opinion, is because of that. So yeah, everything to perfection.
Yeah.
I was honestly a little disappointed by it. I like most of it. I think there's a number of things that I really, really don't like, and that's enough to drag it down a little bit for me out of the top 10. Actually, I think it is my number 10, so it's still top 10. But Fat Thor didn't like. I don't like they spent so long making him like a funny character and like a lot of people's favorite character, and then just made him be the brunt of every fat joke. Like, okay. Time travel thing, so many plot holes. Like, it's kind of fun to go back and revisit all the locations. Like, I think if you're doing kind of the finale of something, I think that's a smart move to like just remind people of where you've come from and where you are now, sort of thing. But yeah, I think it introduces a lot of problems into the script. I really don't like how they killed off Thanos immediately, because all that means is that he turned from a really, really interesting bad guy into generic bad guy, who just kind of shows up at the end and kind of loses all of that character growth and building from Infinity War. Professor Hulk, didn't really like that. Like, normally I would like these things if it wasn't in the last film in your like big culminative saga. Like, if you'd done this in Ragnarok, sure, maybe, why not? But all you're doing here is just making Hulk not fight again. I don't know what the Russo's problem is with Hulk, but he's like barely present in either of their movies. Like, you don't even see him fight in the last fight. You see him like run towards the group, but you never actually see Hulk fight.
You got a broken arm.
Which is
He injured his arm.
Yeah, it's just that's really disappointing to me. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer to have like the really interesting looking locations in Infinity War, like Wakanda and the surface of Titan, as like these big battlegrounds, and then the final fight in Endgame is in like some gray sludge. It's very ugly looking final battleground. It's just not that, like, the color grading is just brown and gray, and it's not very visually striking final battle, and I don't think it needs to be as long as it is. But I mean, as a culmination of the Infinity Saga, I think it works well. I think it I think it provides a really good resolution to a number of characters. I think it's very emotional, and I think it's overall it's enjoyable to watch, and it's a really good theater experience. Like I think it's going to be very hard for any franchise to build something up to this level again, so you could have a similar theater experience where people are like laughing and screaming and crying and just are so impacted by a film. And I don't think we'll see that again for quite a long time. So that's kind of sad.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, overall, pretty good film. Top 10 Marvel movies, but definitely nowhere near the heights of Infinity War for me.
This is definitely my favorite MCU movie. I think for many reasons. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. But I understand like that there are criticisms, but I personally I don't care about a lot of that plot holes. I'm the kind of person where I just tend to not really notice, or I tend to ignore a lot of that stuff. So I think that's why I have this one ranked as my highest or as my favorite. But yeah, the theater experience, easily my favorite theater experience I've had in any movie. I mean, it was like dead week, like on campus. It's just a bunch of kids like wanting to like not have to keep studying for finals, and then you're all reacting to the movie together, like specifically like the scene like where Cap finally helped Mjolnir. It's just like the amount of people that were just like jumping out of their seats, and it was just like the amount of cheering. That's something that I've never seen in a theater, and I don't think I'll ever see again.
Mm-hmm.
And I once again cried a lot in this movie. Literally brought a box of tissues with me because I was like, I know I'm gonna cry. I loved everything about this movie. I think also just like the final scene is what it just kind of shows what I love so much about Captain America as a character. Is just he refused to give up. Like even when it looked like it was literally him against Thanos, like his entire army, like he was refusing to give up, and it's just all of that. And then also just the portals. That song it's probably one of my most listened to songs on Spotify, just because I love the song, I love the scene, just like absolute chills, like every time just seeing everybody come back, and it's just I absolutely loved it.
Okay. Albert, what's your rating?
My rating is S. I still think it's the best MCU film to date. Anything MCU to date, so yeah, it's S. Also, if anyone's curious about my straight out of the theater reaction, also Kenneth, Nachi, Hemant, and Colin is in there. My Jaw Movies YouTube channel, there is a review there where we straight out of the theaters we record ourselves in our very shaken emotional state, trying to not spoil what we just witnessed. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Check it out. But S.
Aiden?
A. Medium A. Just straight A.
Sarah?
I have it as top of S tier.
Yes, I also have it in S tier. So, where should we put it to compromise with Aiden? It's A.
I mean, we have 3 S's.
Yeah. So
It's
definitely
going, it's going in S tier somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put here, and then we can figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, it is the top.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to convince anyone to put Infinity War above it, so I guess it's staying there.
Okay. I have it below Winter Soldier, but I have it above Infinity War. So
my top two is Endgame and Infinity War. So
same. Literally the S tier, the way it's ranked as of right now, that's literally my top 5 in that order for the MCU.
It's my
I have
top
it
4
as
in that
number 2
order,
for
but
me,
not
so I'm okay
Avengers.
with this, even though I have it.
All right.
Okay.
Up next.
Well, let's go to the next movie, which is Spider-Man: Far From Home, bringing up the orange cat counter to 2.
Orange cat.
It's a cat in Far From Home.
Yes, so it's when Peter Parker goes like and meets up with that like woman who like gives her
Oh, when
and then,
he
like,
strips.
it's like Yeah, where he strips and anything. No, wait, is it that scene or is it when they're at the hotel? No, yeah, it is that scene. I remember rewatching it. I was like, oh, there's an orange cat here. So, all right, Aiden, let's go to you first.
This one's good. It's pretty fun. I don't think it's as good as Homecoming. But I definitely enjoy it. I liked Mysterio. I definitely liked Jake Gyllenhaal's performance of Mysterio as well. I can't really put my finger on what bothered me about this movie, but there was something that was just not clicking with me. I don't know why I didn't enjoy it as much as the first one or as some of the other Marvel films. It's still top 10 Marvel film for me, but it's not quite at the level of the first one, and I can't really tell why. But yeah, good movie.
Sarah?
I agree. I don't like this as much as Homecoming, but I still really enjoy it. I don't know that I can really say anything bad about it, but I think I just don't enjoy it as much as the movies I have ranked above it. But I liked MJ more in this movie. I do like Mysterio. Obligatory fuck Jake Gyllenhaal though because of Red Taylor's version being released. But I think he was a great villain. And I like how like they like subtly started to talk about the multiverse, even though it was more of like a cover for Mysterio and like who he really was. But I think that was a great way to start like mentioning it without really mentioning it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is a fun film. Fuck Jake Gyllenhaal, I agree. But yeah, no, this is a pretty fun film. My favorite thing about this film is that this is sort of like exploring, and I guess we sort of do it in Homecoming as well. But Homecoming is such in a smaller scale.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Spider-Man on his own adventures in the Raimi and the Amazing Spider-Man stuff, but this is sort of like Spider. I froze. This is sort of like Spider-Man in the MCU kind of thing. So that's why you're not in New York, you're in Europe, which is different. But you're like put in what can you do with the character in an MCU setting? I think this film explored that a lot outside of the obvious team ups one already. But yeah, Tom Holland's great. Obviously, great. I love the suit in this one. It looks really cool. I like his relationship with Happy, expanding upon the first one. And the sequence with Mysterio, the Berlin sequence, the visual is crazy. I love it. So, yeah. Also, Flash Thompson, I love how he's super two-faced. He's like he's talking shit about Peter. It's like, oh my god, Spider-Man's the best thing ever. Sup, dickwad. I love that. Expanding upon the first film as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Aiden, what is your rating?
8.
Sarah?
Yeah, I would also put this at A tier.
Albert?
I have this at B tier.
Okay. I have an S. So I do love me some more Spider-Man. So all right, where do we want to place it in?
That's where I would probably put it.
That's fine for me.
It's fine.
Aiden?
It's fine.
Okay. Well, then we'll go to our first TV show.
Phase
WandaVision.
4.
Going to Sarah first.
Okay. I was kind of blown away by how much I liked the TV shows in general, but like WandaVision, I really like. It was such an interesting concept, the way they set it up to be like modeling like the different sitcoms and like just the TV shows. I think my one issue with it, looking back, I don't really have an issue with it now, but I think upon my initial watch, I think the first 2 episodes I was a bit confused or just like not really like into like the whole setup, but as it got further in and I realized more like what they were building to and like why they started like they did, I think I really enjoyed it looking back. But I think it added so much more depth to Wanda's character, and also just the build to her being officially called the Scarlet Witch, just all of it. I think it was really well done, and especially the episode where Agatha's kind of going back and like having her like relive like the different like traumatic things of her life, and I really enjoyed the show. I think it was really well done, and the acting was great, and it just gave a lot. My only complaint is the fake out with Pietro. They could have had Evan Peters in MCU as Pietro, but I don't know. But other than that, I really enjoyed this show. Like, it got to the point where like every night, like even though I think this was airing during its semester, I think if I'm remembering correctly, I was staying up till like I was staying up till like 3 a.m. every day, every release day to watch it, regardless of if I had classes the next day.
Okay. Wanda, I love WandaVision. The first time I watched it, I really, really wanted to rewatch it because I am curious. Because a big part of the experience the first time around is the speculation from week to week. And there was like, especially like the Pietro episode, like, oh, what's gonna happen? There's so many theories and everything, the anticipation of everything. So I wanted to rewatch it, if it really holds up or not in that sense, and I did last night. I'm surprised how fast it went through. I literally start like at 6 or around dinner time, and I finish by midnight. It blows by so fast, and that's the pacing. I think is really well done from episode to episode. And what I think on a binge format, it works so much better because this show is, you explore the characters a lot of Wanda and Vision and their psyches and their mental state and everything. You explore that, and in a binge level, it just works so much more effectively than on a week-to-week basis, where you sort of forget what's happening in the previous episode in a bit. But like you really feel the continuity from each episode in a binge format, and also like. I think the first time around we have so many expectations of what this big scale event is gonna be, and we saw. I at least I know some people are disappointed by the final episode of how that paid off. But knowing what is gonna happen, and knowing that it's watching that again, and you understand everything, it's so much more of a character level story than just a big reveal and just expanding of the world, because it's just so much more on Wanda and Vision. And it's really well done in that level. The performance by Bethany and Elizabeth Olsen is great. I like the kids. What's her name? Catherine Hahn. Catherine Hahn is good. Thank you. You read my mind there. Catherine Hahn is really good. It's like the Harkness. The music's so much fun. The fact that they really every episode they have a new theme song. It's so creative. And the opening monologue. Also the set production design, the set. It's so, I like that they put so much effort into it, and it's really well done for different eras. And yeah, like Sarah said, episode 8, the previously on, when you jump back to Wanda's backstory, I think that is hands down one of the best 45 minutes of anything MCU. It's just completely well done.
It's easily the best episode in like all of the MCU shows.
Easily, not even close. Yeah. That's my thoughts on it.
Aiden?
I need to remember what episode it is you're talking about.
It's when they go back to her past and like, see her.
From baby little child Wanda to an experimented Wanda to persevering line. I know that's a meme, but it's really it's a good one.
That was a good one. I thought it was okay. I'm not a sitcom person. Really not at all. There's like a
Sitcoms
couple.
are what I watch exclusively.
There's like a couple that I think are enjoyable enough, but it's never. I'm never gonna sit down and watch a sitcom unless someone tells me to, or like convinces me that it'll be
Community, you know.
worth it. Yeah. Well, so like Andrew's Community, never would have ever sat down and watched it if Andrew hadn't kept telling me, "Hey, you should watch it. It's really good." And yeah, I enjoyed Community. It was pretty good. But it's never going to be one of my favorite things. And so like the first 2 episodes, I really didn't care at all. Because those are like just the sitcom episodes. I don't think I laughed a single time. It's not my genre that I like. So I got much more invested when it was actually the Shield stuff. And I know that's where most people don't like, because most people wish it was just the mystery through the whole thing and not like telling you what's going on the whole time. But yeah, I literally liked everything focusing on Sword way more than I liked the stuff in the town. Yeah, I thought it was okay. I think a lot of the reveals were very disappointing. Like boner joke, really? Okay. Like Quicksilver just being there just to make a boner joke. I guess not even really Quicksilver. And like
Quicksilver's dead.
I didn't ever think it was going to be Mephisto, because
Yeah.
it's Disney. They're not going to put Marvel's Satan in a show made for children.
It's not made for children, though.
Well, it's family friendly.
PG-13 isn't necessarily
family
family-friendly.
It's not R-rated. They're not going to put demonic anything in any of their stuff. So like I think I would have liked it more if it was binged, if I could have binged it. But I felt like I couldn't wait week to week just because it got spoiled so fast. Like every episode, like I would hear about what happened to that episode the day after it came out. So I felt like I had to stay on top of it. And I don't think that format worked as well for this show. I haven't gotten a chance to rewatch it at all, but I feel like maybe I would like it more if I could just sit down and watch the whole thing through.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the final fight between the 2 visions, how they just like have an argument about the ship of Theseus. I think that was so clever. It was really interesting. I mean, I know it's probably just a way to get Paul Bettany back into the MCU because, you know, no one ever really dies in these movies. Yeah, the whole CGI slugfest with Agatha Harkness, wasn't really a fan of that. That was kind of boring. And like the last line, or not the final line, but like one of the last ones where it's like, "Oh, no one in this town will ever know what you sacrificed for them." It was like she captured them and tortured them for like weeks at a time. Don't make out Wanda to be the good guy at the end of this show. She's the bad guy.
I don't think they were really trying to make her the good guy.
Yeah.
They did.
Right.
I feel like they did a good job of like showing. Yeah, like they showed she's a flawed character. Like, they showed like she was heartbroken over everything that happened with Vision. Like, just
right.
and so,
and even
Pulsar.
Follow that line. Wanda is like, it's not going to change how they perceive me, because that's true. It's like literally everyone is accepting the fact that she's not a good person anyways.
Right, but like Pulsar's last line to her, Photon, I don't remember which name they chose for her.
Did they even officially name her?
They have.
Yeah, it's not one of them, because that was her mom's call sign, but I don't remember which one they made that. Whatever name they chose, she told Wanda before she let her go, she's like, "Oh, no one in this town will ever know what you sacrificed for them." And it's like, that's such a weird line to say when you spent this whole show like trying to stop Wanda from hurting people. But I don't know. It was okay. I wasn't super invested in the mystery. I don't know. I'm not a big sitcom person, so it was fine.
I'm really curious if you decide to watch it in a binge format, if it changed, because it definitely changed my perception of it.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Maybe it would.
All right. Sarah, what is your rating?
I'd probably put it in A tier.
Albert?
High A's, very high A.
Yeah. Aiden,
C.
I have it in high A as well.
So is that
Uh,
upper B?
I feel like it'd be low A as a compromise since there's
Low
3
A?
people with it, like as like
Three
a high.
A's, right? Yeah.
Oh, I thought someone said B.
No.
There's three A's.
Okay.
Do we put it above Far From Home?
No,
I mean, I'm
No.
fine with that, but
I don't particularly care.
I would put
Okay,
it
Albert, what do you above
I'll
Far
put
From
it-
Home?
I would.
Above Thor Ragnarok or not?
I mean, I personally would, but like I feel like this is a good compromise, though.
I don't really care. You can put that one wherever, as long as it's not above Homecoming.
Okay.
Then you can
I don't think we'll put it above Homecoming,
put
but
it wherever you want.
I don't know. We
I think it's fine where
Albert?
it is.
do you want to put
I'm
above
okay.
Thor Ragnarok or keep it there?
I think that's fine. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Then we'll go to our next TV show, Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
I go. I
Albert, you
started.
go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't have the urge to rewatch as much. I had the urge to rewatch WandaVision. But yeah. So this show had some good moments, and also it has just some like very okay moments. I think the relationship between Sam and Bucky is really good. I think the stuff with Elijah is his name's Elijah, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Elijah is really
Or
good.
Elijah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Elijah is a kid. I think it's Elijah is
Yeah.
a kid.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
whatever. And Isaiah is
Isaiah
really
Bradley.
good.
Yeah.
Interesting that they introduced Sharon Carter back in this format. It's interesting to see. I am interested to see where she's going. The amount of douchiness and dickness that they give to Wyatt Russell's character of U.S. agent is really well done, and then I think the redeeming factor works, even though it's really quick, but I think it works in there. The villain, I am mixed feelings about in terms of Carly Morgenthau. I just have mixed feelings about their motivation and how they do stuff. But as a whole, the show, it's very standard MCU in a way, and I like definitely the passing of the mantle and just the question of like where do you belong in this world kind of thing. It's a great exploration, but it's very kind of formulaic. So it's okay. But yeah, I'm glad this is not the first Disney Plus MCU show because that might turn some viewers off because it's very standard. But it's still good. It's supposed to be, but I'm glad they did it because definitely I feel like WandaVision attract more audience anyway. But yeah, it's okay. It's a good, consistent style, but doesn't have really anything too exciting about it.
Aiden?
Yeah. I really wanted to like it, and I think there are parts that I really do, but I think it continuously followed a kind of format where it would introduce something new and then have that episode end with something really exciting related to that, and then it would give it just a terrible resolution in the next episode. So like introducing US agent, really cool. Having US agent like kill someone in public, really cool. Like great interpretation of that character. But then he like seems like he just gets away with that without really any consequences in the next episode. Flag Smasher, he was she in the series was a really strong opponent of Captain America's in the comics, and in here they're so boring. They have like their philosophy is kind of interesting, kind of exploring just hey, the world was united for once, we want to bring it back to that. Like that's an interesting conversation to have, and in the wake of like Thanos's stuff. But I don't think they ever explore it very much, and I think it's just such a boring character that really doesn't do a whole lot. Or be like Flag Smasher straight up kills a whole bunch of people in a building, and then the next episode they don't really address it. And it just felt like it consistently did that. Like it brought in Zemo, and Zemo's cool, and now Zemo's going back to jail. The U.S. agent's fighting everyone, and now he's getting recruited by Madam Hydra. I don't know. It just like for every time they introduce something cool, they just have a kind of poor resolution for it. And so that kind of just led the series to just kind of end on a sort of lackluster note where you're like, well, there's some cool stuff in there, but I don't know if I can really recommend it to anyone to watch because it just didn't end in a satisfying way, like any part of it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Falcon's or Sam's new captain suit either. I think it looks kind of weird. I really did like Wyatt Russell's U.S. agent though. I think he played the character really well. I think they did a good job adapting that, and I hope that we do see him in a Thunderbolt series in the near future because it does feel like they're kind of building up to that. But we'll see, I guess.
I don't really have a whole ton to say on this show. I didn't really enjoy it a whole ton. Highlight of it to me was honestly the Zemo dancing in the one episode. Love that. But I think the thing that it's kind of confusing to me is like the fact that like this style like in the MCU is what I preferred more early on, but as it's like as I've gone like later in the MCU, it's a style I really don't like anymore. Like I've really gone into like full send into really liking like the Mystic stuff and like all that a lot more. And I think I wish I liked this more because I love Bucky and I'm really curious to see what they do with like Sam and everything. It's just I did not really enjoy this show that much.
Yeah.
All right. Albert, what is your rating for this?
B, probably. Yeah.
Aiden?
Yeah, low B, high C.
Sarah?
I probably would put it low C.
I would put in D. So
C it is.
yeah. Higher or lower than Ant-Man and the Wasp? I guess
I don't care. They're all interchangeable at that level.
Okay, fine.
I put it higher than and then the Wasp.
I mean, yeah, I guess if you want to, higher than Ant-Man and the Wasp. Yeah.
I think Ant-Man and the Wasp is better, but I don't care a whole lot. Yeah. All right. So we'll go to Black Widow next, starting with Aiden.
Was it Black Widow next and not Loki?
Yeah, Loki came out.
Started before, but it ended after. So.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I've only seen Black Widow once, and it was in theaters. And so, what?
You saw it in theaters.
Yeah. Did you not?
Did you not?
My first watch was on the Disney Plus.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't paying that premium.
You paid the $30 price.
Because I didn't want to go to theaters at that point yet.
It was June. They've been open
Fair.
since the previous August.
Fair. I haven't been to I haven't been to the theater since then. I wasn't feeling comfortable about it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, no judgment there, I
Makes
guess.
sense.
Yeah. I really liked it when I saw it in theaters. As I've thought about it more since then, I think I would like it a lot less on a rewatch, but I have not rewatched it yet. I love Florence Pugh in this movie. I think she's brilliantly does Yelena. And like I really like the relationship between her and ScarJo. I think this movie is just fun. I really like David Harbour. I think it's super dark for a Marvel movie too. Like there's a lot of like stuff in here. I was like, oh shit, they're like talking about human trafficking in like the first first 5 minutes, and people getting shoved in cargo crates. That's like something I would have expected at like the Netflix shows, not like the PG-13 movies. Really didn't like the Nirvana cover over that though.
God, that was so. I have a lot of opinions on that.
I really liked it. I don't know why.
I liked it for the
It's
first
stuck on my head.
I liked it for like the first 30 seconds, but then they did the entire song, and by the end of it, I was like, "This is just awful."
It takes away everything I like about the actual, like the original song, and the context of it playing over the stuff with trafficking, it doesn't fit the context of the scene that it's being played over. It's just
it
why?
didn't fit the scene, but it was actually a version of Nirvana where I could understand what they were saying, so that was kind of cool.
We're already longer than the first MCU. Just letting you guys know.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, we have more things to talk about.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll try and go quickly then. I liked the fight choreography with Taskmaster. Hated the Taskmaster reveal. I get that they don't want another Deadpool in the MCU because there's already Deadpool. But like Taskmaster is such a fun character in the comics. I think if you just kept him the same way he was in the comics, it would have been really cool instead of making it like some girl that she blew up. I don't know. That was an awful reveal. The final fight kind of bad. Like the resolution of everything just kind of bad. They like get to the ground and she's like, "Oh, leave. I'll talk them down or something." And then suddenly she successfully did that, I guess. I don't know. There's a lot of like random wrap up that happened really fast without it showing what was going on. I really liked all the character interactions. I think story wise there were a couple of problems, but I liked Taskmaster fight choreography. Overall I think I enjoyed it. But again, if I were to rewatch it, I don't think I would like it nearly as much.
Sarah?
Yeah, I feel like I kind of agree. I think I'm gonna like this one less when I eventually rewatch it. Florence Pugh, easily the best part of the movie for me. I loved her character. I also just love Florence Pugh, so that helps. But I think, I really hated the Smells Like Teen Spirit cover. It just was bad, very bad. And I think my biggest complaint is just like the timing of the release. Like if they had released this closer to Civil War, I feel like I would have liked it a lot more. But I feel like it felt like they were just phoning it in, like just giving her the solo movie just so they could get people to stop being like, why isn't she getting a solo movie? And then like they just didn't really put a whole ton of effort into it. And I think a lot of the issues of it for me could have easily been fixed if they had done it closer to when Civil War had come out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had that similar complaint the first time around watching it, because there's no stakes again. Like Captain Marvel and this one, there's really no stakes as you know what's really going to happen, sort of to Black Widow. And yeah, I already watched this one because of trivia. I like the new additional cast, except for Ravenstone. I don't think he's a good villain. But Florence Pugh, Rachel Weisz, and David Harbour, I think, are great. The score is great. The action set pieces are good. The action sequence, except for the Yelena versus Natasha fight, are very mediocre. Again, the villain's not good. The jokes are very hit or miss for me. There are some parts that I think are funny. There are some parts I'm like just rolling my eyes on the jokes. And like the third act, the whole flying down thingy and like fighting in the red room, whatever. There's some CGI in that scene that are bad that I noticed in that when I rewatched. I'm like, God, they didn't even take time to fix this. It looks like I can clearly tell the lines on the green screen. So it's not that good.
But yeah, it's upsetting because Black Widow deserved better, but she didn't get much here. So yeah. Also, just something that I noticed upon rewatching, if someone watches on chronological order after Civil War, they will know Natasha died and they'll be so confused if they are watching for the first time. Not like a rewatch. They're like, what the fuck? Why is the first scene Natasha's dead? What is this?
Yeah,
So,
that's why you shouldn't watch it in chronological order because the
Isn't
post
isn't
credit
that
scenes
the
don't make sense.
yeah? Like if you watch them in chronological order and then just don't watch the post credit scene for Captain Marvel or this one, I think it could still work.
oh yeah. I guess you cut all the bullshit until the very end. Yeah, that works. But if not, you'll be confused. So yeah.
Okay. Aiden, what's your rating for this?
I don't know. This is the only one where I'm like, I truly don't know how to rate this one, just because like I really liked it. Like if I was to give it a rating after I walked out of theaters, it would be A. And then after I thought about it and talked about it with other people, I was like maybe low B, high C. So I think I'm just gonna stick with B.
All right. Sarah?
I have it as like a low C.
Albert?
I have it at a C as well.
This is one of my least favorite MCU movies, so I would put an F for Florence Pugh, but
Oof. I guess that's probably a C then, like a low
I
C.
guess, yeah, somewhere in C. Where do we want to put this? Here.
I don't really care.
I would put it
I don't care.
below all of them,
Okay.
or actually
Are you-
above Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's me.
Yeah. Would you guys want to put in above Ant-Man and the Wasp as well?
It doesn't matter to me. Everything in C and below is pretty interchangeable.
Yeah, I think I have it ranked above Ant-Man and the Wasp, but it's not a huge
Okay.
deal.
I think we'll just put it there then. All right. Well, going to Loki next. Sarah, what are your thoughts on Loki?
Excluding What If, because I haven't seen that yet. This is my favorite of the TV shows, and I think part of it is because Loki for so long has been one of my favorite characters, as I've mentioned many times already today. But I loved Owen Wilson's character. I know going into it, when I heard that he was cast, I was really interested to see how he would like fit into it, because I wasn't expecting this to be like a really like comedic type of thing, and that those are the kind of roles that I'm used to seeing him in. So like I think it worked really well. I'm really glad that the show aired over the summer, because like I did not have the self-control to wait any amount past launch time for each episode. I have pretty much zero complaints about it. I think I spent so much time watching like theories on like what direction the show was going to go on. Like I honestly probably spent more time watching videos on YouTube, like analyzing each episode, than I did actually watching the show, because I got like way too deep into it and I had too much time on my hands this summer. But I was really happy with like at the end that they ended up going really. I'm blanking on like what they called him actually in the show, but like we all know it's Kang. Like I was really happy that they actually went forward with that, because I was like, it makes sense to introduce him here, but I was like, are they actually going to do it? And the fact that they did made me really happy.
Yeah, I echo most of what Sarah said. In addition to that, Natalie Holt's score for Loki is really good. I think
The score was top tier.
the world building is really great. They actually really went all out on trying to expand this, because it's on paper it sounds so stupid and it shouldn't work, of the TVA, and it works. And also the fact that Sylvie is such a great character, and again, on paper, the romance shouldn't work, yet it works in this one with Loki, just because of his character. So yeah, they tried so many different stuff, and most of them, I think, for the most part, it nails the landing. There are some episodes, like I think it's episode 3, that's like kind of slow, but some other episodes like really picked it up. Like episode 4, episode 5 was really good.
Yeah, Richard E.
Yeah.
Grant was very good.
Which one?
Richard E. Grant as classic Loki.
Oh yes.
Um, yeah, just there's comedy there, there's drama, the stakes are there, and it's really interesting that the character of Loki, because this is the Avengers Loki, and they instantly change the character because he has to grow, he has to go through character development by watching all of the MCU, and he realized all of the things that has happened to him, and like it literally changes whole character perspective, and it's like such an interesting way on how to advance his character that way. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I think after Spider-Man Far From Home, there wasn't really anything that they had announced for a while that I was excited about. It was like, not really interested in Shang-Chi or Eternals or WandaVision, Loki TV show. We'll see how it goes, I guess. But then this ended up being like by far and away, I think, one of my favorite things in the MCU. It's so good. It's so well acted. The production design's incredible. You know, all the locations and all the characters that they introduced are just really fun. Like I immediately watched through it, and then as soon as the last episode was done, like a week later, I watched through the whole thing again with my family.
Wow.
And they loved it too. Yeah, I was super apprehensive about them introducing Kang, because I was like, well, they're just gonna kill Kang, and that's like he's an Avengers level villain. I don't really want him to just be like show up in the last episode of a TV show and then die. They're so lame. But the way they did it was so cool. It was like so clever. It just made me super excited about the future of the MCU, and I think it deserves huge credit for that, of just like completely revitalizing my faith in their upcoming projects, being like, oh man, now I'm excited again. It could culminate in multiversal war with Kang. That'd be super cool. Yeah, I think Jonathan Majors did a really good job portraying Kang. I think, yeah, it's very exciting. It's very well written. The humor's really good. Every episode ends with like you wanting to see the next episode immediately. I loved Owen Wilson's character. Very excited for season 2 to see where that goes.
I'm so excited for season 2.
Yeah, I love this. I love this show. It's really, really good.
Sarah, what's your rating?
I will put this in the S tier.
Albert?
I put it in A.
Aiden?
S.
Yeah, I like the show, but I would put it in B tier. So, if
Dare you? It's
I
fine.
think Matthew got too scared by the clip art of the clock, and it minus 1 rating for him. Jump scare.
God, the Miss Minutes jump
Jump
scare at
scare.
2:30 in the morning in a dark room
Yeah.
alone while everybody else in my house is dead asleep was
What happened?
terrifying. Terrifying.
that jump scare was terrifying.
God.
For sure.
That's great.
So where does it end up? We've got 2 S's, an A, and a B.
So either like, I'd say like high A maybe, or like somewhere, I think.
Yeah,
I'm good with high A.
That's fine with me.
unless we
That's
can
fine.
convince Albert to put it in S.
I'm fine with that. It's really well done. I like it.
Yeah, if it's up to Albert, because he's the one who
As for
made it.
Sylvie,
Yes,
As
that's
for Sylvie.
Yeah, then.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yay.
All right. So I think what if ended after Shang-Chi came out, right? Or did it?
Yeah.
Pretty sure. I don't know. I didn't watch it.
So
I
we'll
can't
go to
comment on
Shang-Chi
it.
first, and then we'll go to Shang-Chi first. Albert, we'll start with you.
okay, so I've seen this movie twice. First time I saw it, I liked it a lot. I think they did a lot of good stuff about from the film. Second time I watched it, I absolutely fell in love with it. Just the character of Shang-Chi is very good. We've fleshed out the whole world building. I love all the cast in there. Tony Leung and then Meng'er Zhang is also really well done as Wenwu and Xiaoling. But yeah, just the whole setup, the whole premise is just amazing. The action, everyone talks about the action sequence is good. The way they mash two different martial arts style together and it makes it their own style. And like, just it's a great villain. It's a very complicated character of Wenwu, because it's like his motivation comes from love, but like he doesn't really know how to express it, and that's how it turns out to be. And like even Shang-Chi, when he's confronting his dad, it's like it's from a very like a balance type thing from both his mother and his father's side and how we perceive things. But yeah, there's just so many stuff that I love about this film. Aside from the action, just the music, all the different creatures that they had are so cool. Taking it from East Asian mythology and everything. I love Trevor is back. He's funny in this one. And yeah, all the characters that they introduce here, all are well done. And the Ten Rings, the fact that it becomes an extension of his martial arts style instead of the comics Ten Rings, I'm so glad they did that, because it could have went bad, but with this format they did it a really good job. So yeah.
Again, I think this one's okay. I guess we'll start with what I like. I do like, I like Albert said, kind of the world that they created and like drawing on all the mythology and stuff, like seeing the actual like Chinese dragon creatures. Those are really cool. Action sequences, really, really incredible. Like the bust fight, especially. I think that's a level of choreography the MCU has never had, and I really appreciated seeing that. Like, I was like, wow, this is actually good action scenes. Like, it's not just CGI explosions and stuff. It's like actually well done, well made fight sequences. It's really cool. I never really cared about the characters of Shang-Chi or Aquafina, whatever her name was in the film.
Katie.
What?
Katie.
I love the
yeah.
Funko Pop Albert.
Like, I think Simu Liu did a good job. I never felt any sort of connection to him, and I just don't like Aquafina in anything. So she just kind of annoyed me. She's not as annoying as she is in other things, but I still didn't like her. I didn't really understand anyone's motivation. It was like they meet their dad, and their dad shows them this fantastical magic thing that neither of them ever thought was possible. And he's like, hey, mom might be alive. And since both of them like their mom way more than they like their dad, I mean, you'd think the first thing they'd be like is, great, let's go find her. But instead they're like, you're so evil. And it just didn't really, it felt like a weird 180 that didn't really make a lot of sense. It was like, yeah, this village is holding her hostage, so we're going to go hurt the villagers until they give her back. So like, I could understand where they're like, hey, that's not cool, but I feel like they'd still go along with him and then just try and talk him down or stop him when they get there, rather than be like, hey, dad's evil, let's go fight him with the villagers. Because like, I know if my mom was dead and I had a chance to see her again, I would absolutely be taking that chance and then just try and evaluate what was happening when I got there. So that was kind of weird to me. Like, no one's motivation felt like they had any real reason for what they were doing except for the dad. I wish that they would just do the Mandarin. I don't know why they got to keep changing the Mandarin, but it really bummed me out that they were just bracelets that he just fired like laser beams. I was like, okay. Because like in the comics,
so much better.
No, they're not. In the comics, they're literally...
How are they going to shoot an action sequence of someone who's the master of kung fu with someone who shot electricity and ice and fire? It's not going to work.
I mean, he's not even Shang-Chi's dad in the comics, so I don't know why
Yeah,
he's
I know,
in this
but
movie.
I know.
Again, it's just a weird thing why they gotta I didn't get it. Because like in the comics the rings are like each have a different power. One like summons tornadoes and one's like
It's too similar to the Infinity Gauntlet, and they want to get away from it.
I guess, but can you imagine how visually impressive it would be to have a fight scene where you're like shooting fire into a tornado and a bunch of other cool stuff like that? Like I can think of a lot of cool things you could do with it, and instead we just
I feel
keep
like
getting
this
like,
movie didn't need that though.
Yeah.
yeah, it didn't need the Mandarin at all. It could have had anyone else in there. So I feel like it's just a detriment to the film that he was there at all. And yeah, the third act, he kind of falls apart again. I mean, the dragons looks cool, but like once the dragons came out, I was like, it's just kind of another CGI muddled mess sort of thing. Humor, not really my thing. I don't know. Trevor, I thought it was kind of enjoyable to see him again, but I think he stuck around for a little too long. I think he overstayed his welcome. Yeah, I don't know. I liked some of it. I think most of my high rating for it comes from the action sequences, but it really failed to get me invested in the character or the story.
Yeah, I personally loved this movie. I haven't had the chance to rewatch it just yet because it was just put on Disney Plus yesterday. But like as soon as I have the time, I really want to rewatch it because it's my favorite of the MCU movies that's been released this year. I think there's like that's already been said. Like all the action sequences, it was so well done, and I personally enjoyed Awkwafina's character. I think I was a little worried at first, just knowing like the kind of character she usually plays. Like I was like kind of unsure of how that would fit into the MCU, but I thought they did a pretty decent job. And I think the scene that sticks out to me is the one where it's like the fight scene when they're like on the side of the building. That one, as somebody who has like a fear of heights, it was like really anxiety inducing to watch that scene, and I think it was just a really spectacular scene. It was just I loved watching it. I think I don't really have anything bad to say about this movie, and I really, really enjoyed it, and I really excited to see how these characters fit into the future of the MCU.
All right, Albert, what would you rate this?
I'm gonna put it at an S tier.
Aiden?
B, low B.
Sarah?
I have it high A.
I also have that as high A. So
So it's gonna be an A then.
So it's an A somewhere.
A somewhere. I don't know where we want to put this.
Sure,
I'm good
that's
with
fine.
either side. Yeah.
I don't care.
That's fine. That's fine with me.
Probably below Guardians, but
I would disagree on that.
okay, I don't care enough.
Okay. Well, then let's go to what if. I'll start since
Yeah, I can't comment on that. I haven't seen it, so I'm just
Okay.
So we don't go to spoilers then because Sarah
You can.
hasn't seen
I don't care about spoilers for this show. I don't
Okay.
care about it. If I
Okay.
cared, I would have watched it by now.
it? Okay.
That's true, I guess. I think there are some really great episodes and some episodes are just like okay. So like it's very just like mixed for me. I think I'm just trying to figure out how to talk about this, but like I don't want to talk about every single episode,
Mhm.
The Doctor Strange episode is great. I think that's probably my favorite. I don't know what you guys think, but
It's my second, around my second or between second to fourth favorite. My favorite one is still the Star Wars T'Challa.
It was more interesting than some of the other ones, but I don't think it was the best.
okay, yeah, no, yeah. There's just like some interesting episodes, and just to like see what changes that like completely like butterfly affects everything else, you know. So I like the animation as well. I don't like I think it's unique. So, but and overall, I think it works well. I think like telling these stories with using animation, I think it works. Um, so I don't want to go on for too long. I think some of the voices are a little bit off, like when they don't have the original voice actors. Even like Sebastian Stan voicing Bucky sounded weird because he
They
just
don't have a lot of voice acting experience. You can
yeah,
tell.
yeah, because just with the experience, like Sebastian Stan did not sound like Bucky in his episode. So, yeah. Right.
Well, talking about performance, one of the more outstanding one that isn't actual original cast is Lake Bell, who voiced Scarlett Johansson, who voiced Black Widow. I think she did a fantastic job in all of this stuff. I think where the show works best is when I thought it was still an anthology series. As soon as they started combining everything, that's when the show sort of lose its appeal to me, because there is so many inconsistencies that they sort of, and they just open a whole bunch of possible what's the word for it, not wormhole, not loophole, something hole,
Plot holes.
no, I don't know what word I'm thinking of, but it's basically it's expanding to a bunch of stuff that you probably don't want to touch upon, but yeah, when it's its own thing, it works well. Again, some episodes are like super fine, forgettable. The murder mystery episode, not that good. But like again, like the Doctor Strange episode, the Captain Carter episode, the T'Challa episodes, like well done. Even the Killmonger ones. But yeah, again, once it start combining, it's cool to see all of that happen. I just don't think they did. It doesn't feel earned because it's so rushed in such this quick runtime for every one of them. It just doesn't really feel earned, and it just feels it's just there for the sake of it being there, you know. But yeah, aside from that, it's cool to see all the other stuff. But again, it's not. I wouldn't rush back to rewatch any of it.
Yeah. Hayden.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 episodes that I thought were cool, and the rest of them were either really boring or just bad, in my opinion. Animation was really ugly. It was very cheap looking, which is weird given how much money they have. It looks like Star Wars Resistance, which is another really cheap, bad looking show. Like it, and like yeah, the voice acting was largely hit or miss depending on if the original people had any experience with voice acting. There was I think the Marvel Zombies episode was the most noticeable one for how badly some of the original cast members sounded. There's a lot of people that clearly hadn't had any voice acting experience, and so they're just like reading their lines, and it sounded really rough. But then like on the flip side, it was kind of weird because you have like half these people are their original voice actors, and then the other half isn't, which kind of makes this weird dichotomy in your mind where it never quite sounds correct. Because if they just done all new actors, then I think it would have worked. If they'd done all of the original cast, then it would have worked. But having that kind of mix really didn't help it. Yeah, Doctor Strange one was interesting. T'Challa Star-Lord, I liked that one. I liked the last episode, even though I felt it was weird and that they really shouldn't have combined all of them. But I did enjoy it enough. But yeah, I think for the most part, I think it had potential, but I think it just kind of dropped the ball on most of the episodes.
I think Jeffrey Wright is really good though. I think he as the watcher, his voice is perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Man.
Yeah. I'll start with my rating. I would give it a C.
I had it as a D just because of the inconsistencies of it, for the most part, and doesn't feel earned. So it's a D for me.
I also have it as a D.
Okay. Do we want to put above Captain Marvel or below?
Yes,
Yes.
I would.
Above? And then
Yes.
above Iron Man 2?
I would put it on top of the D, but that's
Yeah,
just me.
I put it
That's
at
what
the top of D.
Okay, cool. Then we'll just we'll go to Eternals next, our final movie. Let's start with Aiden then.
Okay. Um, I was apprehensive after I learned Chloe Zhao was directing it. Not because I think she's a bad director, but because I don't think her movies are the kind of movies that I enjoy. They're just kind of slow and plodding and aimless. And then after the first couple trailers came out and they looked slow, plodding, and aimless, I was more worried. And that's what the movie was. It was slow, plodding, aimless, full of weird inconsistencies. It introduced way too many characters and didn't give enough of them any screen time. It's like I didn't care about any of them because they never really gave me a reason to care. They never fleshed out anyone enough. I guess I liked Kingo just because he was the only one who had any sort of personality and wasn't just a dour person. So I liked him, but like he leaves before the final act, so he's not even there for like the final battle.
I mean,
Yeah.
it would be even more bloated if they had him there.
Yeah, but like it didn't do enough to introduce these characters or talk about their powers. Like I think if they had half the amount of characters, it would have worked a lot better. But when so much of the movie was, hey, let's go find this person. Okay, we found them. Hey, let's go find this person. Okay, we found them. It's just like that's so unnecessary. Action sequences were few and far between, and what was there wasn't interesting or exciting to watch. You could have removed the entire thing about that sentient deviant, and it wouldn't have changed anything because he had literally zero bearing on the final fight. For something as like for the stakes being as high as they were, you never really felt it. Like it was like you're literally facing the destruction of Earth. But I just didn't care while watching it because it didn't feel important. I don't know. It was just really boring and really just not well done at all. There's so many just like dumb character decisions and just weird things that were happening that I don't know. I feel like if it was half the length with half the characters, would have liked it more. But or with a director who was a little more suited to making comic book action movies. But I don't know. What we got didn't do it for me. So this is definitely one of my least favorite MCU films, like pretty close to the bottom.
Sarah?
Well, I personally I really enjoyed this. I can see why it wouldn't be why some people wouldn't like it, but I think I liked it because it was different. Like I liked all the characters except for Sprite, even though Sprite had her moments. I think I know the thing that surprised me the most was the fact that it was like 2.5 hours long, a little longer than that. Like, and I didn't really feel the length at all. And I was, based on what I had known about Chloe Zhao, like going into the movie, I felt like I thought I was gonna be feeling that length like big time, and I really didn't, which surprised me. And I think I really liked a lot of the characters, and yeah, I do agree though. Like, I don't like that Kingo just kind of disappeared in the third act. Like, yeah, they justified it by like they tried to justify it, but like I don't know. I did really enjoy this movie though, more than most people probably did. But it made me excited to see like how they're going to be involved in the future, because like I know like the end credit scenes, like what those set up. I'm really excited for those. Like I I was kind of going insane, even though one of the scenes was kind of spoiled like way in advance. But I was just really excited. I'm really excited to see how they play in, and yeah, I think that's all I really have to say though.
Yeah, no, I like the Eternals as well. I think I like Sarah. I also like the characters. I think Chloe Zhao, what she does in her movie, she has a really this like humanity to everything. So I think she adds like this human element to these characters that I like, like. And Sarah talked about the length as well, which I also didn't feel because there's a lot of characters that they're introducing, a lot of exposition, but I think it feels necessary to understand these concepts, and then it doesn't feel like an MCU movie, but at the same time, it does feel like an MCU movie. If that makes any sense.
It's like it's different enough to like feel like something new, but it's not like different enough to feel like completely outside the realm of MCU to me.
Yeah, exactly. But I like that they didn't really reference anything outside of from the other movies besides like that one scene where they like ask about like who's gonna lead the Avengers or but like yeah. So I like that. I think the visuals are some of the best in the MCU. Like the cinematography, not necessarily the CGI, but yeah. And then I like the Kingo's great, one of my favorites. I think Fastos is Brian Tyree Henry is just great.
Oh
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and I like Druid as well. I think there's this moral ambiguity to his character that I feel like is really interesting.
That's why I like his character so much.
But then there's also like the moral ambiguity of Icarus as well, which
I like the morally gray characters.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Which I enjoy. So you don't really see that often in the MCU, and I think these moral dilemmas really bring something interesting. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of action but I do think that there are some stakes, like with characters actually dying.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think just it doesn't have the cliche third act, which
Yeah. So these are my ranking of the Eternals in order: Phastos, Druid, Sprite, Kingo, Makari, Icarus, Tina, Cersei, Gilgamesh, Ajax. The bottom two is because, spoiler, they die off early. I think they didn't do enough for Ajax, and I thought Gilgamesh was written very poorly. I really want to like the character, but I just don't, based on how the character is written. Yeah, that's the thing. This film is so big. They introduced 10 characters. Plus, they have to give us all the backstory of the Celestials and the Eternals and the Deviants. There's so much going on, and they did their best in trying to explain everything. Some of them works, like the backstory, everything works. But the stuff that doesn't work is just the character development. I think there's too much that they have to handle. That's why they killed off some. Some of them disappeared in the third act. Some of the motivations is unclear. I thought Cersei her character is just kind of flat. She's supposed to be the one who's connecting us to the human characters, and I sort of feel the same way I feel about Captain Marvel for her. It's sort of like just flat. There's like not much to it. Even though I like Gemma Chan, but it's just there's not much to her character there. Again, on a technical level, it's great. I love the theme music for the Eternals. And yeah, like everyone said, this feels like, just because it sort of feels like when Guardians was introduced for the first time, it's like you don't really feel a connection, but it's there for the MCU. So like again, it's very different. It's trying to expand on another whole side of the MCU. So at least it got that going for it. But yeah, I think just the scale of it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work out fully. I don't really like. I think the Deviant is a weak villain if you count that as a main villain, because I feel like they had to introduce the Deviants, but then they don't want it to be the main villain because they want the villain to be sort of themselves / Icarus, because they want to be a moral issue kind of thing there. but then they're stuck with introducing it and they don't really know how to wrap it up, so they are forced to find a conclusion to it, and it just sort of feels there. It just doesn't. I don't think it's it's one of the weaker parts of the film. Also, they're supposed to be like the strongest characters in a way. So it's like they're Eternals, but you never really. Again, maybe it's because they face off against each other only, and they only face off against the Deviants. You don't really get a sense of their power. Icarus is supposed to be the strongest, but like he doesn't really seem strong, right? You're just like beating up the Deviants, and it's like, okay, yeah, sure, but I feel like Thor can take him down based on what we see. I think maybe because we haven't seen him fight Thor, so I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting film. I just don't think everything works out at the end of the day. It's fun though.
I think they all have like distinguishable powers, which is nice. Like,
Yeah.
Can go literally with the finger guns as his power.
Yeah.
Love that.
I don't know. When we left the theater, the people I went with couldn't even remember half the characters' names. They're not.
I'm just
there's a
they're
lot
not-
of
okay. I'm
they're
just
not
bad with
memorable.
names. I'm bad with names in real life, so I don't judge that based on like I don't use that as a way. To,
I think for
how
most
much I
movies
like
I can't remember character names, so
I'm also used to watching movies with like subtitles now, so like the lack of subtitles because we were in a theater, I think that also doesn't help.
I like that there were at least some subtitles, with.
Well, yeah.
I also really like the representation in this one.
Yeah.
The speedster fighting Icarus is like.
Oh, that's cool. The way they showcase Makari's speed is great.
I really liked Makari.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm curious to rewatch this again if this changed or not. And I don't know if I want to watch it in theaters or I want to wait at home where I can have subtitles. Because I feel
I'd
like
probably
I
wait till like that.
I feel like I need it. Yeah.
Yeah, same. But we can also talk about the end credits if we want. Just because it just.
End credits top tier for me. I loved them, but I mean,
Also, because Harry Styles.
Harry Styles, or just because of the context of it.
Harry Styles. I mean, I like the context, but I also am obsessed with Harry Styles. So.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I'm curious to see where it goes.
Yeah.
I think that's another part, like why I like it so much. It's like I'm really curious to see how that ties in.
Yeah. Same with Mahershala Ali's voice.
Yes.
Like,
hey, you guys get to find out right away after you watch it. You can Google who the voice cast is. Me, Matt, and Sophie didn't know for a full 2 days who that voice was.
2 days.
Yeah. So yeah, just that.
all right, Aiden. Yeah.
F. It's bad.
Sarah.
Hot take, but I'd put it high B.
I will put it in C.
I'll put it a low B.
Okay. I think because of Aiden's F, we put in C.
Yeah.
But do we? I'll put it here for now, and we can figure out where we want to put it.
I put it at the bottom of C.
Albert.
I think I'm fine with it there.
Sarah.
I'm good with where it's at. I honestly expected group consensus for it to be a lot worse than what everybody said, so I'll take top of C tier if that's what I can get.
That's actually where I would put it as well. So. All right, I guess we'll just end it there. We are running late.
Quite long.
We are really running.
Oh, we beat the runtime of Avengers Endgame.
Yeah,
Let's
we
fucking
did.
go.
By like an
So-
hour.
I was like, I don't know if Sarah wants to go through her list of end credit scenes ranked.
Oh, I haven't
but-
quite finished that yet. I have like 5 movies that I have to go and like relook at
Oh,
the
wow.
end credit scenes, but
Now let's throw in the other 17 MCU shows. rank those.
Oh no.
Runaways
I haven't seen any of
Runaways is
those.
A tier, Cloak and Dagger is B tier, Daredevil is S tier, Jessica Jones is S tier, Punisher is A tier, Luke Cage is B
Well,
tier. Iron
separated
Fist
by
is S tier.
seasons. So
That's the group
Separate
that's a
by
group
every
consensus.
single episode.
what if actually we should rank by
Agents of
episode?
Shield B tier, Agent Carter A tier, Hellstrom.
Inhumans
F.
Z tier. Can we make a new tier?
Yeah, can we make a Z tier for Inhumans?
Yeah, we're running long, so we're not gonna go through our personal MCU rankings. I'm just gonna read our collective ranking off. So at the bottom of F tier is Thor: The Dark World, and then at the top is The Incredible Hulk. Bottom of D tier we have Captain Marvel, then Iron Man 2, then Iron Man 3, and then What If. Do you want to read it?
Yep. Bottom of as Matthew's getting captured by the police. See that no longer. C tier, the bottom of it, we have Ant-Man and the Wasp, followed up by Black Widow, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Avengers: Age of Ultron, Thor, and Eternals. The B tier at the bottom of it, we have Ant-Man, followed by Doctor Strange, Captain America: The First Avenger, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, and then Iron Man. Go ahead, Matthew, take it over.
All right. And then at the bottom of A tier, we have Spider-Man Far From Home, WandaVision, Thor Ragnarok, Guardians of the Galaxy, Shang-Chi, Black Panther, and at the top is Spider-Man Homecoming. At the bottom of S tier, we have Loki, The Avengers, Captain America the Winter Soldier, Captain America Civil War, Avengers Infinity War, and at the top is Avengers Endgame. So, yeah. Anything else you guys want to say?
I don't think so.
I like how diverse our opinions are.
Mm-hmm.
It's more fun to play.
All right. Well, then, thanks for being here, and thanks to everyone who is in the live chat, or anyone who might be listening to this later.
Yep.
We will be talking about Edgar Wright tomorrow, or some of us, and when nobody here, I guess. But and then, final Orange Cat counter at 2.
Orange cat.
And then, that should be it. We have matches next week as well.
Nice.
All right. Put this on screen. And then, all right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.